We are back at long last. 1 week later, more or less. That's how long we needed to recuperate from that one ending. I know not many people watch the ending of the game live, but those who know the ending and those who did watch the ending, those know that we needed a week to find the strength to stream again. And this will be the bonus stream, and we'll see. I might have to split it into two. I might have to eat in the middle somewhere, but the idea is for this to be the final Xenosaga stream for a long while. And this will be our official or unofficial farewell to Xenosaga for now. And I suspect it will be one messy stream. I had 1 week or maybe 20 years to plan something, but it will still be messy. I have no idea what we will do. We will just cover everything that we feel like and everything that we didn't already cover before, or maybe everything one more time. We'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping to jump between a few different things, both between disc 1 and disc 2 of this game, and maybe show some parts of the Japanese game, and also just show some cutscenes and pause some cutscenes from the computer instead of the game. It's easier if we want to jump back and look at some detail. Yes, it will be one messy stream. That's for sure. We will just, and as the titles say, we will spoil everything. No spoilers are off the table, so be warned if you haven't played any. There might be Xenogears spoilers, there might be Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3 spoilers, or there will be for sure. So be warned, there will be spoilers for everything. First of all, we can do the data option. We haven't showed the data option yet. Now that we have the clear data. Yes, it's super spoiler alert. Hello, DJ. Let's start with this one since it is straight on the menu. You can go to the memory code, and from there you can rewatch any cutscene in the game. Every single cutscene in the game is in here, and I like how they color coded it. The white cutscenes like this. Let's see. This one is mild. If we load a white cutscene.
Is it gone?
The white cutscene means it's one of the portrait cutscenes where you can control the speed yourself.
Captain, there's a transmission from the Durandal.
What? The Durandal's here?
Then we can just skip it whenever we want to get back to the menu. So that's the white cutscenes. Then we have the... I'm trying to remember which one is the blue and which is the yellow. Let's see. Yes, we have the blue ones like this one. A blue one means it's a more cool cutscene like this, but it is still rendered in the engine. That was a bad example, but let's take another one. Let's take this one. The big battle in space. Like this one. This one is rendered in engine in real time. The PS2 has to struggle to render this as we're watching it. That was also a pretty bad example, but yeah, that's the difference. And then we have the yellow ones. Those are the pre-rendered cutscenes. Those are just movie files that they are playing. They are completely pre-rendered and usually of even higher quality. So those will always play the same. And there's no way to affect them, even if you're playing on emulator. There is no way to upscale these cutscenes. They are stuck in the quality. The only way we will ever see them in higher quality is if the developers still have the original files and are able to render them in higher quality. But for now, there is no way to improve these cutscenes. They are stuck in the pre-rendered. And usually those are of course saved for the biggest event. The biggest and the saddest event. As you can see, all of the ending cutscenes are the pre-rendered yellow ones. Yeah, a lot of those towards the end. And of course... I'm surprised, not even the opening cutscene is a pre-rendered one. That one is rendered in real time. Yeah, not many of those in the first disc. They saved most of them for the ending. Yeah, and this the entire all of chapter 5 is just the simple ones. Look at this. There's not a single real cutscene in all of chapter 5 when we run around on Old Milcha. That is interesting. Yeah, there is a lot of cutscenes. I have actually never counted the amount of cutscenes. I know there is about 8 hours. There is about 8 or 9 hours of cutscenes in total, but I have never counted the amount of them. That is something we could do. It's also a bit boring to do. I can count them later and get back with the number, but to me it looks like at least 100 cutscenes in total. I would say at least 100 cutscenes in the game. Yeah. There is 10 chapters in the game, and there is for sure no more than 10 per chapter. We might be looking at 200 even. 150, somewhere between 150 and 200 in total. But we are past 100 for sure. The final chapter is just the 4 cutscenes, but yes. Something like 150 cutscenes. Oops, I went too far. So that's a great feature. That was very ahead of the time. And then you can also load this pretty extensive... Yeah, this one. This is a pretty extensive summary or synopsis of episode 1. Look at this already. This synopsis tells it like it is. This is no information that they ever spell out for you in episode 1. The fact that the Zohar was responsible for the disappearance of Lost Jerusalem, forcing mankind to escape into outer space. So already this is a very direct synopsis. And you can adjust the speed yourself. So this is pretty great. This can never replace episode 1, of course, but if you played episode 1 and then yeah, if it's been a year or two and you want to get into episode 3, this might at least be enough for you to remember what happened, since it is pretty extensive. And it seems I can't. There we go. And the same goes for episode 2 as well. The ES Asher. But yes, the same goes for episode 2 as well. Pretty extensive synopsis of everything that happened. And last but not least, we have this amazing thing, the character viewer, where you can see character, machines, or enemies. We go with characters. This is a model viewer for all the characters in the game. I see Margulis. Yes, we can see Margulis again right here. There it is. Now we see Margulis. And I think this is the first time in the entire series we can see Margulis from behind. He looks a bit more silly from behind. He's quite cool from the front. That's why they always show the front. Let's see the controls. Oops. There we go. There is a very... Let's see if I can figure out. There is a very cool zoom. You can zoom in so far on these models. You can really see the level of detail. Hello, MaxFi guy. Welcome to the bonus stream, where we spoil everything and just take a look at completely random things like close-ups of Margulis' face. But yeah, these are some of the most detailed PS2 faces. Very few other games have this level of details for faces. My favorite example is of Yin. I'm going to switch to him. Of course, they still couldn't really do hair in any... On the PS3, they could do some real hairs with separate hair strands, etc. But this still looks really great. And we can see his sword hilt and all his cool... They even have some patterns under the shoes. They never needed to add that. But let's switch to Yin, because he is my favorite example. Yin Usuki. Here we go. Let's zoom in on him, if I can find the correct button. Just look at all those polygons. They used so many polygons to make this face. The ears are even round. They don't look like square blocks. Even the ears are round. It's amazing. And of course, my favorite detail is this. Look at his hands. In episode 2, we had those abominations for hands where the fingers weren't even separated. But in this game, you can actually see the blood veins on his hands. That's the most crazy detail ever. Exactly, there's so many polygons that we can't even count them. But yeah, I can't name any other PS2 game that bothered to make textures for blood veins on the hands. That is such a crazy detail. We even got the fingernails and the little... I'm not sure what to call them, but Yeah. All the tiny details on every finger. This is so far away from episode 2, when they couldn't even model separate fingers. In episode 2 we had some of the cutscenes with Final Fantasy VII hands. Mittens for everyone. But yeah, he looks cool from every angle. Unlike Margulis, who is only cool from the front. I can't believe it. Such a great level of detail and such a great character viewers. And here we have Junior in his swimsuit. And here we have his episode 2 outfit from the beginning of episode 2. And here is his so-called swimsuit. Yeah, truly, it's hard to believe. Sellers. Who wouldn't want to view sellers in great detail? And I'm not sure why, but it is a fun bonus that they decided to add. Sergius. We never see him in this game, but they still included his model, so I wonder if they planned to include him in a scene, or if they just felt like adding him as a bonus. It's a bit weird that he is in this game. The final boss of episode 2. And of course we have to look at Abel. Where is it, Faye? Young Faye. I know those eyes anywhere. And I know that hairdo anywhere. Sad being this way. We didn't get separate toes. They didn't go that far. We still didn't get separate toes. There are so few characters that we can see without shoes, so they did not bother with the toes apparently. Dun dun. There he is, the new guy, the weaver of Eternal Circle of Zarathustra. What's the difference between a camera and a sock? I would say there is a few differences between a camera and a sock. But yes, it is a bit funny that the Japanese trailers straight up spoil who this is. They never... A sock takes 5 toes. But I find it a bit odd and a bit weird that especially the Japanese games never did any, never meant testaments to be any big mystery. They spoiled every single testament in the trailers before the game. So that is a bit weird. And also they didn't bother to hide the voices by... I'm not finding the correct word for hiding the voices, but they didn't manipulate the voices in any way in the Japanese versions. You can clearly hear who each character is, so that is a bit odd. It's only a mystery to the party. It was never a mystery to the player who the testament is. And especially with Virgil, who gets introduced and revealed within 5 minutes. We see him for the first time as a testament, and then we get the reveal who it is 5 minutes later. So that's the most weird one. And of course, Master Wilhelm. We have to, oops, of course we have to zoom in on him. Are you surprised? Yeah, it is a great model, but my favorite is my favorite of the Testaments is Voyager for sure. He's the first Testament, and he's the most fitting Testament. He truly, look at those, once again we can see the blood veins in his face. You can actually see the blood veins. And as a Testament and with the red eyes, he looks like Death himself. And especially with the evil laughter he does. He truly is the Death character. The only thing missing is a sight. And when we fight him on the Elsa, when he transformed into the Gnosis form, then he looks pretty Death-like as well. So yeah, I find him really cool as a Testament. And of course, the funny thing is, if we read the database, they say something like, he looks like 30 years old. Look at this 30-year-old man. Appearance, 30 years. And then we get the so-called Blue Testament, as always, Japanese and translation for colors never match. I will never call this color blue, I will call it purple. Actually, on my stream window, it looks very blue, but on my screen and every screen I usually play this game, it looks purple for sure. Much more purple than blue, at least. But it is always a thing in games translated from Japanese. The colors are never correct. And we got the Red Testament. And we got the Black Testament with the mask on. And the White Testament with the mask on. I guess they put it on the Virgil. We should see a Blue Testament without the mask as well somewhere. Oh, I think we still have one kiosk to unlock. We have to load the game, the actual game. Look at Kevin, he got 7 different variations. We got Kevin, the episode 1 Kevin. We got young Kevin, teenage Kevin. We got Testament Kevin. And without the hood and without the mask, they count as different models. And then we got the Dark Souls Kevin. This is the best one for sure. Look at this Dark Souls looking Kevin. And look at that weapon. What even is that weapon? And I like that they included this miasma as part of the model. It's not him without the miasma. This is so great. Yeah, Dark Souls Kevin is best Kevin. You can't tell me this is not a Dark Souls boss. It is quite I never expected to see something like this in Xenosaga. We saw a lot of unexpected things happen in Xenosaga, but this was still a surprise. And then we got Kid Kevin. Kid Kevin. The only poor Kevin. Oh, let's go back to that. Where is it? Oh, there it is. There it is. They keep, if you look around Xenosaga and the models of Xenosaga, you will keep seeing this pattern, the three different orbs or three different circles, whatever you want to call them. If you keep zooming in on people's clothes, you will keep seeing this pattern. I never found any deeper meaning to it, but it is something me and my brother noticed before the game released, that they kept reusing this pattern on a lot of stuff. And there should be a lot of different cosmos. I'm a bit sad that we didn't get to play more as this version. I do like this version. This is the... what do they call it? Is this version 3? I think this is version 3. And this is the one we get in Missing Year. And this is the look. This is the look Cosmos have in Missing Year. And I don't mind this look at all. I like it. And I like how her shoes matches ES Dina. Her mech. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe Dina is matching Cosmos's shoes. I'm sure she could kill some enemies with those shoes. But yeah, I like this version. Not the ugly episode 2 version, but we can still see some of the crystal parts showing. Some of her crystal parts are still showing. But her hair is back to normal, not the strange shimmering hair she had in episode 2. So yeah, I like this one. And this is the same one, but she equipped the big weapon. The big weapon that she used to... the transfer cannon she used to destroy the hypersphere. This is the model for that. I'm not sure what the difference is. Oh, this is the same model, but with the blue eyes. There we go. This is the same model, but with the blue eyes. They should just have made a button to toggle it instead of putting the model twice. And then we finally get the episode 3. I just can't resist this one. She looks so great in all versions, but the final one will have to be my favorite after all. I like how the headpiece is integrated into the hair in the older versions. Let's see. Well, I guess it is in these versions too, but I want to see the episode 1 version. Either way, I can't resist version 4. Yeah, it seems pretty uncomfortable. All of her gear seems pretty uncomfortable, but at least she looks cool in it. At least she looks cool. And in case we forgot her name, they kept putting her name on every little piece. There's Cosmos. There's Cosmos. Cosmos. I'm sure there's Cosmos on that color if you could zoom enough. But yeah, once again, they use so many polygons. Even that nose looks looks pretty great. Noses are usually something they just skip or make a very simple job of doing in older games. But even the noses look like noses, mostly. We can't see... I still prefer the shoes. I still prefer these depth shoes of this version. I like these shoes the best. The nose is noses. I still prefer her previous shoes, but you can't get everything. This is a perfect mix of the episode 1 and episode 2 and early episode 3 look. It's got a bit of everything. And here is the same one once again, but with blue eyes. Ah, and there's episode 1. I'm still so happy that we get to see the episode 1. This is what a remaster this is what a remaster of episode 1 would look like if they remade it 4 years later or 3 years later. Then we would have gotten this look, which is also just great. Just great. Ah, and of course the swimsuit. We can't forget about the swimsuit. I'm almost surprised they didn't include all of the swimsuits from episode 1 and episode 2 as well. Ah, that's right. She still got a knife in the shoe. That's supposed to be a knife attached to the shoe. She uses it in this game. She uses it as the final attack against Telos when we fight Telos. Then she uses that shoe knife to finish Telos off. That's right, so we can't forget about the shoe knife. There it is in episode 1. There is the shoe knife. There it is in episode 3. There is the shoe knife. She's always had the shoe knife. There's the shoe knife. In this version we might not able... No, we can't see the shoe knife in this, but I guess the shoe itself is a knife this time, so... This was the only time she didn't have the shoe knife. An older version of Shion. This is the infiltration. The infiltration suit. Rides a shoe knife. Once again, I think they did a great job of actual noses in this game. Actual ears and actual noses. Look at the profile of this face. It looks like an actual human face. Shion she still has anime eyes. They are quite big. They are much bigger than a real human. But I think this is the perfect middle ground between the anime version of episode 1 and the human version of episode 2. I think this was the perfect middle ground. He just looks so great. So many polygons. No shoe knife for Shion. And the same is true with every character. It's not just Shion. I feel the same about every character. They just did the best job with every character. None of them I feel was a downgrade in any way. And there is so much detail to the eyes. They even have things like, you can even see the eyelashes. There are some actual eyelashes in those. Yeah, from this angle we can see it. There are actual eyelashes. That's also something you never see, or almost never see on PS2. They are actual eyelashes with individual strands. Of course, there's not super many of them, but you can see individual strands. This is just fantastic. Even today, there are games that wouldn't bother with a thing like that. There are plenty of games today that doesn't do that. And of course, of the ending... why can't I zoom? Of the ending from the ending, you can even see inside of the pendant. You can see the inside of the pendant all along. What was the petals of young Xion. The petals that young Xion grew in the flower garden are inside of the pendant, and you can even see the petals inside of there. Exactly, no eyelashes in Minecraft. Yeah, of course, I know a lot of people that find this outfit very silly, but it might be a silly outfit to wear, but I still think it looks great. It still looks great. And we got young Xion with super big glasses. Let's see. I believe it's the database of this game that is a bit contradictory. I believe the database states that Xion doesn't need glasses. As we can see, he stopped wearing the glasses after they broke. He has perfect sight. She doesn't need glasses. But she got the glasses as a present from Kevin. These glasses. This is the episode 1 outfit with the glasses. She got these glasses from Kevin. They were a present to her. But she doesn't need glasses. So did she need the glasses as a kid? She already had glasses as a kid. So did she need glasses as a kid and then got some surgery as an adult and still got the present glasses from Kevin later? Something doesn't fully add up about the story. The story about the glasses. There it is, the full quote from the Resonant Arc podcast. It's a great quote. And it's a bit of a comment on the RPG clothes as well. This is the type of clothes you only see in RPGs. More or less only see in RPGs. Clothes that doesn't make any sense at all. Why does he not button these pants? And why is there a boob cannon to begin with? Where is it? I thought there was a way to actually see that. Let's see. Is there an animation button somewhere? Yes, I think there is an animation button somewhere. I'm pretty sure some of these have animations, or maybe it's just the mechs who have animations. But I know that you can animate some of these. I don't see any button for it right now. And the control... Oh, well, we'll see if we find it later. Yeah, it is the best summary. That's the type of summary we will see if we can do this stream. This will be... Yeah. This will be our farewell to Xenosaga for a while, so I can move on and play other games. I still have more things I want to talk about with Xenosaga, so I can't, and show off, I still can't move on. I can't move on just yet to other games. We still need to watch a few more things. And here we got the Xion swimsuit in high definition. And I actually really like this. I wouldn't mind if this was the official. If this had been her outfit in episode 1, I wouldn't have mind. This one is quite tasteful. I like the blue and the gold. Blue and gold rims. I think this is a pretty tasteful outfit for Shion. Yeah, that's true. You already want to play Dark Souls 2. Yeah. I want to play Xenosaga Episode 3 eternally, over and over and over. I haven't really noticed that she has completely different glasses when she's wearing this outfit. These are completely different glasses than her usual. She still kept the earrings. And we can't... Ah, look at that. We can at least make out that it is a UTIC passport. I'm not sure if you can make out any Japanese characters. If we can find out what the name was of the original. These are the ones that we stole from the dead workers. And as we already noted, this is the episode 1 look, but in the episode 3 style. Can we see the petals? Yes, we can still see the petals. In this version, it seems like the pendant is just a texture. You can see that the pendant is completely flat in this version. In episode 3, in this one, they put more effort in this one. The pendant is an actual model with the petals inside. This is a 3D object, but in episode 1, the pendant wasn't as important, so... Oops, where did it go? So they just put it as a texture. It's completely flat in this version. Completely flat pendant. But the pendant was always there from episode 1, so... It was always planned. And as I said before, I like all versions of Junior. He is great in all versions, but if I have to choose one, it will be this one. Number 666. And then we got the not great swimsuit. Ah, it's of course, he's the lifeguard with the whistle. He has the whistle. Lifeguard whistle. And we already checked Jin's amazing outfit. And we can see Shion's father with a very stern face, but I do like the fact that they make a point out of in Missing Year, they make a point out of Jin and Sue looking the same, looking very similar, and I think they capture that pretty well. You can really see Jin's face in his father. This really looks like an older version of Jin, I would say. Dimitori Yuriev. What's the different versions? Ah, this is when he's in Gainen's costume. And this is his normal outfit. And of course we got Telos, who looks that's another thing, just like with the colors in Japanese games, they also do this thing a lot. He looks just like Cosmos. There is no way to tell this apart from Cosmos. They look completely the same. I can see no difference at all. Identical twins. I get it with my brother as well. People think we look just the same. Aside from all the things that doesn't look the same at all. Aside from that. But yeah, there she is. Telos. planted all the way in episode 1, planned all along. Hello, Quarky, welcome back. It has been almost a week, and I finally have the energy back to stream some more. This stream will be very random and very messy, and we will just keep spoiling everything. So if you don't want spoilers for everything, you might want to stay away. But yes, welcome back yourself. We will move on to completely different game. I will do 1 or 2 streams of this today, and then yeah, that is close enough. We will spoil some Xenogears too, so if you haven't played them all, then there will be spoilers today in some way or another. We openly talk spoilers. And some of the things we didn't have the time to talk about while I was playing the game. Yes, you are still correct. Xenogears is still the best PlayStation 1 game. And that is completely true. I have beaten every RPG on PlayStation 1, and Xenogears is the best one. Yeah, let's do Nephilim, of course. Here it is for Xenogears fans. She looks just like Ellie. There is no difference between her and Ellie. They just look the same. Not really, but you can see the resemblance. There is no denying the resemblance. This is a young version of Ellie for sure. Exactly, it must mean you have a good taste. And then we have as a second place, if we can't pick Xenogears, then I will go with Valkyrie Profile and Suikoden 2. And of course we have to switch back to Abel. It's a shame they're not close to each other, so we have to go all the way back to... But yes, look at that. She clearly has the pendant. You can't deny that that is the pendant from Xenogears. It is close enough at least. It's the typical cross shape from Xenogears. Oops. And then we quickly go to Abel. Quickly to Abel. And there he is. There he is. Young Faye. Or the original Abel. This isn't this isn't even subtle or anything like that. There was a character named Abel in Xenogears, and Abel in Xenogears was the first one to make contact with the Zohar. So yeah, it's not even a subtle reference. It's one. They look the same, they have the same name, and they do have some connection to the Zohar, both of them. The manner of the connection is, of course, completely different between Abel and Abel in Xenogears, but yeah. Then we have the professor. Do the silly dance, professor. I'm still sad. I'm so sure there should be a action button. I'm not sure. I can't find an action button, but I'm so sure there should be one. Where is the action button? I have tried them all. And that's the reset button. Switch button. Nothing buttons, nothing buttons. No, I can't find it. If there is a action button, I can't find it. I was hoping we could see him do his silly dance. A good old hammer. Not Xenogears hammer, but we did get a hammer at least. That is the one way of wearing your headphones. Not the way I'm doing it, but that's the way he is doing it. Pepperonia! Oops, we missed Helmer. Helmer is one of those characters. He is also pretty similar to the episode 2 model. This one is more detailed. He was a lot more blurry in the the episode 2 version. Yeah, now after beating the game we can't even look at Feb anymore. Everything is sad. Everything is sad. That is why we need to make our own ending to this playthrough. A less sad ending. Where we just rewatch random things and talk about random things. And this is one of the sad parts about Xenosaga, and one of the things I would have liked to change if I had the power. I would have given Pelagri a lot more screen time and backstory. They do, of course, try to plant the history with Pelagri and Yin in episode 3, but it is too little too late, and Citrine and everyone. Yeah. Pelagri and Citrine, both of them needs more backstory and more screen time. They are all great characters that we don't get to learn enough about. But I always liked Pelagri from the first moment we saw her in episode 1. And here we have her in her old, UTIC uniform. A young Pelagri. Can we even see? Is there even an? Yeah, I think there is some difference to her face. This one looks a bit less polished. They spent more time on the other model. They did something weird to her eyes. Compared to the original one. And then here she is as a boss. I think he's really cool with the long halberd or spear-like weapon. Yeah, it's Orgula. Orgula. With a J. He is the least developed character, but I don't even want to know more about her. There wasn't enough about her to begin with, so she never even seems interesting. She's there. She gets a total of 2 minutes screen time and a boss fight in the entire series, so she was... If there ever was a purpose for her, she got more or less completely cut out of the story. As it is, she is completely pointless and doesn't add anything to the story. So that's a shame, or it's not even a shame, it's just pointless. They should have just skipped her completely. And focused more on the important characters. And of course, the next Xenogears reference, we got Maria, I mean Mai. This is what a Xenogears remake would look like on the PS2. And then we have her again with the hammer. Let's see, can we finally do it? Can we finally zoom in enough? Caution, I am a boozer. I can't read the final part, the small text at the very bottom, it's too blurry. But it does say caution, I am a boozer. Even at this zoom level, I guess they just reused the text from episode 1 or something, because it is quite blurry. We can see so many details and actual textures on the hat itself, but for some reason the text is still blurry. So that's a shame that they didn't. Oh, there we go. Even better zoom. But as you can see, the text is still blurry. They must have reused an old texture from episode 1. Oh, there it is. No, it's not the same. I was going to say it's that same pattern again, but that's a different pattern. That's a different pattern. Good old Captain Matthews. And I mentioned it during the game as well. We never got to the bottom of his backstory, both in episode 1 and later. Now in episode 2, or I mean episode 3, he keeps being depressed about the time he was in the military, but we never get to the bottom of his old story. And he also mentioned that he has a history with Utic. Then I wish you a good day. Oh, going to the seas. Oh, that sounds nice. Going out on a new boat. That sounds like a good time. Then I wish you a nice time on the seas. And like I said, this might turn into a long stream, or it might not turn into a long stream. So, so you never know. I might still be streaming when you're back. The sober captain, yeah, that's fitting. This character that we were just looking, he is also the sober captain. I'm not sure how sober he is in the second game. There was a side quest in the second game. We had a side quest where we made a drink for the captain, a drink that he could drink the day after he was drunk. I'm not sure what to call it in English, but in Sweden it is a återställare. There's the drunk or not drunk captain. Yeah, of course, I fully agree. I fully agree. It's best not to drive a car, not a boat, not a spaceship. It's best not to drive any of those while drunk. Yeah, glad to hear it. Glad to hear that you are the responsible captain. Who else do we have left? We can look at Miyuki in her infiltration and Miyuki in her normal vector uniform. Look how happy she looks. Good old Miyuki. Yeah, so much detail on every single character. Of course, once you have modeled one human, of course they reuse the model and just switch out the details for each character. That's how you always do the characters in games. Ah, you mean Shushu? Good old Shushu. Yeah, in this chat we like Shushu. I know that a lot of people don't like Shushu in Xenogears, but we don't listen to the haters. We like Shushu in this chat. Yeah, and that one is Rico, the big guy that looks like Blanca. That one is Rico. Sadly, I never use him for my party. I find him the other characters are just so great that Riku and Shushu never gets to see much action in the actual fights. But yeah. That's often a problem in RPGs. It's so hard to choose a party when there is too many good characters. I want to use them all. It's true in this game, it's true in Xenogears, it's true in all of the Legend of Heroes games. It's true in Chrono Cross, in a lot of the Final Fantasy games. Yeah, the lore about Chushu is that she is the original species of the planet. Her species was the original before the humans crash landed on the planet of Xenogears. Then the race of Shushu was the dominant species. They ruled the earth, and all of them were a lot bigger. In the game, most of them are really small, but 10,000 years ago they were all much bigger and one of the dominant species of the planet. So I guess that is some lore about Shushu. I don't think we ever get to know how old she is, how long she have lived. We don't know how old the Shushus gets. I am happy to be of service. Oh, and then of course we're finally here. I kept mentioning this in the game, but these are the patterns that I wanted to show. We can't really see this in game, but I really like these flower patterns on her leggings. I think they look really cool. This is by far the best and the cutest version of Momo. Such an upgrade from episode 2 and also episode 1. Thanks. I don't see myself as a cool dude, but if you say so, I guess it's true. If knowing some backstory about Choo-Choo is cool, then I guess I am the cool dude. And here we got the swimsuit, which is also quite cute with the same type of flower patterns. Much better than the other games. And then we go from cute Momo to completely plain and completely boring Togashi. But I am happy that Togashi actually survived the entire series and actually has some tiny role to play. Even in the end of episode 3, he still has some tiny role to play. most of humanity is doomed and dead by the end of episode 3, but somehow Togachi of all people got to survive. Oh, you missed Miyuki. Let's just do a quick Miyuki again then, if we can find her. Miyuki Itsumi. There she is. Look at that happy face. Xion. And it seems after the events of this game and after the events of the series, it seems like Miyuki will have a pretty big role to play in the events to come. I'm not sure how that happened, but at least from what we can, from the scenes we get and from the information we have, it seems like Miyuki will have a pretty big role, being one of the, I guess you could call her one of the higher ups on the Demerung by the end. No worries. And of course, Julie as well. She also survived the entire franchise. And she also has a very big role to play in the events to come. She never changed her clothes. She got to wear the same thing for the entire series. She's also one of the characters who keeps the same voice actor. Yeah, we already showed Mai. But she got to keep her same look, she got to keep her same voice actor, she gets to keep her same clothes. But she did have a lot of character development, at least. Sadly, there is no Shushu in this game. No Shushu reference. The closest thing was this character. Where is she? There she is. The closest thing is this character who looks just like Maria from Xenogears. She is the little kid in the party that pilots. She is the smallest kid in the party, but she pilots the biggest mech. She has that one big blue mech. So yeah, this is another of the Xenogears references. And here comes all the versions of Louis, or should we say Virgil. The bandaged version. And here he is with his noses. Quite the ugly thing. This looks like something from Metroid Prime. This could be straight out of Metroid Prime games. Yeah, or Dark Souls, but to me this looks like Metroid Prime. But it could also be Dark Souls. During the boss fight we could never see the back of the boss, but this is what the back of the boss looks like. Oops. I'm still so sure that there should be a button to activate some moves. I'm not sure why I can't find it, or maybe they do the moves by themselves if I just wait. That is a bit weird. I guess he's doing some idle animations, but it's not the one I'm thinking about. Forma di Gnosis. Yeah, he's doing some random idle animations, but not the ones I'm thinking about. And then we have the young version of Ruby, though not that he looks any different, but he has different outfit. And finally, everyone's favorite character, Ruth Mantel. I still can't believe why they bother to introduce this guy. I guess no, it's so weird. I guess they wanted, like I said, they already spoiled in the trailers who the Red Testament is. And in the game, we see a cutscene. We see a cutscene where Ruth Mantel turns into the Red Testament. I guess it is one final way to try and confuse the players or the party who the Red Testament is. That might be the reason. One final try to confuse the players and the party. The identity of the Red Testament. Since we, right before our very eyes, we see this guy turn into the Red Testament. So then we know that the Red Testament is Ruth Mantel. But of course, if we knowing everything about the testaments and what they are, then we also know that they can take any shape they want. The testaments can take any shape they feel like. And also, they are only visible to the people they want to be visible to. They just, in every way, the testaments just, they are above the laws of physics. Laws of physics don't really apply to the testaments. My favorite quote is in the database of this game. There is a statement that they don't show. If you film the testaments, they don't show up on cameras unless they want to. That is my favorite quote. It's so silly. Unless they want to. They show up on cameras if they want to. But yes, the idea is that just like the Gnosis, the Testament don't have a physical form. They can interact with the physical world, but they themselves don't have a physical form. Which makes them both they could be very uninteresting. It's the type of characters I usually don't want to see in my games. People who I always hate people who come back from the dead in games. People who are dead should stay dead. Otherwise, we are into the Legend of Heroes where death just stops have any meaning. So usually I hate when characters comes back from death. But in this one case, the case of Xenosaga, I'm fine with it because there is a very specific reason and there is a very specific system. Everything is there is a reason to everything. It's just not completely random why they come back. And in the end, there is only well, if we count Yuriev as well, then there is there four persons in total in the series who come back from the dead. I think, if I'm not forgetting anything at the moment. But yes, all of them are very, very specific reasons and very... It's all part of the way the world works. It's not just random or suddenly introduced. It was planted from the very start. And technically, in the lore of the game, Jesus comes back as well. So he's another character that came back from the dead. Everyone's favorite character. I thought we would get I thought he would be in here, by the way. Apparently not. But yes, then we can look at the machines. We can finally get a super close-up of ES Asher. And once again, when you view this model, it looks more purple than anything else. And once again with Cosmoses. And this is the Asher. They did change the model. This is the episode 2 version, and this is the episode 3 version. They added some more details and even cooler looking in episode 3. It's hard to make out, but I think it says Anima System, something like that. I think that text is supposed to say Anima. And in all of the ESs, just like that cutscene in episode 2 that I kept watching over and over because I like it so much. We saw that the final part of the ES that they inserted was the vessel of Anima in the back of the mech. The vessel of Anima that looks like a spine. All of the ESs have it. You can see. No, we can't really see it. But yeah, it is in all of them. You can at least see that the shape of it fits in all of the ESs. This should be Richard's mech. Maybe I just confused the action button with these random idle animations. And this one is very weird. We got introduced to this one in at the very end of episode 2. We get introduced to this crazy looking thing. It's the ugliest of the ESs for sure. I think this one looks very boring and terrible. This is my least favorite for sure. And we get introduced to it by the very end of episode 2 at the same time as they introduce the White Testament. He stands upon this thing. And in the end, we never get to see this thing in action. Not once do we fight it, not once does this thing do anything at all. It is in a single cutscene in episode 2 and in a single cutscene in episode 3, and it never does anything. So that's a bit of a shame. And of course, this is the there we go. That is the symbol of the testaments. That is the symbol of the testaments, and I like how their symbol is RIP. Rest in peace, testaments. This is the logotype or symbol they chose for their organization. I find that a bit funny. And of course, Zeblun also looks so much cooler in episode 3. Everything looks cooler in episode 3, including Zeblun. It's hard not to think about the A-rods from Xenogears. It even has some attacks that are like that. And this is also the one that looks mostly humanoid. It really looks like a giant person with some add-ons. Indeed, they are dead, so I guess it is fitting. Yeah, look at this is the back of, that's the symbol again. That's the symbol of the testaments at the back of. And this one is just silly. It's so crazy. This one is so crazy big. It's hard to understand how big this thing is. This thing is almost when it is fully, when it takes out its wings or whatever you call them, then I think it's about half the size of Elsa. 2 of this would make the size of Elsa, more or less. It's a really big thing. I have no idea why they put the symbol there of all places. Maybe it makes sense when it extends. No, this is Voyager. This is the one we fight in the cathedral. So this is a Voyager. And of course, good old Dina. Dina is the only one who ever got a physical copy officially. Sadly, this is the only one you can buy as a collectible item. We never got the rest of them. There is some less official version of Asher. But, and I know there's one of Sebulon as well, but Dina is the only official model. Wilhelm doesn't have an ES. That's the thing. Wilhelm never got an ES. He has his own thing. He got Joshua instead. And Joshua isn't an ES. He doesn't need a vessel of anima. He uses his own power. We can look at in the database. Wilhelm and his mech is the same thing. There is no difference between Wilhelm and the mech. They are the same thing. His mech is half of himself. And of course, this is the... There we go again. There's the symbol. They all have it. And this is Virgil's. I think this is a pretty cool... This is a pretty cool mechanical device. It's a terrible as a mech, of course, but it is a cool mechanical device. And if we ever get to play the fan-translated DS version, we will fight this thing in that game as well. We fight it once in this game, and we see it once in episode 1 and 2. But if we play the DS version, we will get to fight it again on the submerged version of Milcha. So I'm looking forward to that. It's a pretty nice fight. And here we got Yuda who looks really, really cool with the red, and of course the rest in peace. And I like to think that the rest in peace is also a reference to the vessels themselves. We know from the game that the vessels of anima were buried. They were once buried in the Renlu Chateau, in the 12 graves. The 12 graves that represented each of the ESS, or each of the... what are they even called? Oh well. Each grave was representing one of the vessels at least, so I like to think that the rest in peace is also a reference to the vessels of anima. And once again, sadly, we never get to fight this thing. We see it in a few cutscenes, but we never get to fight it, which is a big shame. Because it looks so cool. It might be the coolest looking of the actual ESS. So that's a shame. And here we got Joseph, who should be Herman's mech. Pretty boring. Pretty standard bulky characters. Bulky character. Nothing special to me. It's just a big guy, big boss. And of course we got Ruben, which is automatically cool because it uses the sword, and we see the vessel in the back. And of course Citan can operate it by himself. Of course he can operate it by himself. All the other ones have... The rest of the party have double pilots, but Yin pilots himself. And once again, it has the big sword, so it's automatically cool. Margulis got Levi. I should have double checked. I'm not completely sure which one represent which one in Xenogears, who gets which in Xenogears. All of these are in Xenogears as well. The Yuda and the Naphtali and the Dina and the Dawn and Zebulun, Simeon, Gad, Issachar. We have to double check perfect works if we want to see which represents which. I don't know them in my head, sadly. But in Xenogears, 4 of them... What's the math? 4 of them was already assigned to the ministry, so 4 of them we never get to see in any action during the games. 4 of them are already aligned with the ministry. And of all the things, we got the Song of Nephilim. Here we can see this is the very top of the song, and if you see, this is where the scene takes place. This little place is where Rubido and the other UR2Vs try to seal Udo, and where they formed the link, and the place where Albedo went crazy when the link was broken. And this is also where Chaos and Rubido meets for the first time, when Kanan and Chaos finds Rubido and Guinan on the top of this thing, right in this spot. And that also gives some perspective how big the song really is. It's quite a massive construction. And of course we could see it when we entered it in episode 1 as well, that it is quite massive. It's big enough to have a thunderstorm inside of it. Good old Xenogears reference again. Jin riding this green mech that looks very similar to Heimdall. Titan's mech in Xenogears. And this is another one. We only get to see this once in the game. Doctus's mech. Yeah, like I said, this was also so ahead of the time. Even modern games don't give you this much option. A lot of modern games gives you the option to view your own characters in details, but very few games give you the option to look at every single mech and every single building or construct. So this is amazing. Even a simple thing like this. We can see how many polygons they used on a simple enemy like this. This is a lot of polygons. And this is a crazy amount of polygons. On the Elsa too, we can see the bar of the Elsa is in that glass section at the very end, at the back section. That's where the bar is, of course. And this is the massive engine. And then the hangar is that section below. The hangar is literally hanging below the deck. So that's a part that I added. The hangar is a separate part I added. And the bridge is, of course, at the front of this ship. And then we get the Erdekaiser, and the Erdekaiser Fury, and the Erdekaiser Sigma. And the best of all, we got the Omega Id, and we also got it, and we even get it with the cool parts activated. I'm finally happy. This is what I wanted in the game when we fought him. I wanted him to look this big. This is what I wanted him to look like when we fought him. But sadly, in the fight he is quite zoomed out. Because that's how the ES fights work. But yeah, this is the close-up I wanted to have the entire fight. So intimidating. With the claw hand and the spread light wings. Amazing. The ultimate and final reference to Xenogears. Of course, my brother always complain about these faces, and I guess I agree that it is quite a silly face to put on a mech. But you don't really see it in the game, since it is so zoomed out, you can't really see the face that much. But it is a silly face with a gaping mouth. But the important part is the imposing pose. It is hungry, nom 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 nom. Feed him some, I don't know, feed him some hatred. Feed it some hatred, he can eat it all. But yes, I'm glad we got to see a close-up from every angle of this monstrosity. Sadly, it doesn't have the cool golden leathers from Xenogears. It is very similar and very different at the same time. And here we of course have the pose as well. This is the Veltal pose. This one we fought in the story. We have to fight this one once. And as soon as I saw this pose, I knew I was doomed. Yeah, why didn't Xenogears have a viewer like this? Actually, I have it saved to the computer. There is a website, someone made a website where you can view the entire game of Xenogears and move around in the 3D environment. It's a pretty crazy project. There is a project like that. Someone ripped the entire Xenogears so you can move around the maps. Just zoom around them like this with a camera. And zoom in on the details and zoom out. I will have to try to remember what that was. I should have it saved somewhere. But that is a pretty crazy project for Xenogears. And yes, once again, the silly face. There it is. Not as silly with the closed mouth. But the pose is there. This is the pose. And this is the general look of the general look of Veltal. Durr! It is the general look of Veltal. And here we go. This is the general look of the final boss of Xenogears as well. This is the general look. The Omega Metaphyso... I can't even say that. Metempsychosis. Omega Metempsychosis. That's the closest I can do. And of course, in Xenogears, this general thing holds two angels, the one-winged angels in Xenogears. And it is so fitting that in this game it holds the general-looking Veltal and a general-looking Ellie Verge. Ellie's mech, a general-looking version of Faye and Ellie. It is just so very fitting that the fake final boss of Xenosaga is hitting you in the face with Xenogears references. It is just so fun and fitting to me. Look at them with your face. I'm gonna hit you in the face with Xenogears references. You want Xenogears? Here it is. I'm gonna hit it with you. Hit you with it. It's just the best. I could not believe it. And once again, I'm not a big fan of crossovers and in-your-face references like this in general, but in the case of Xenosaga, I really like it. It's just a blind fandom at play. When it happens in Xenoblade, I hate it, but when it happens in Xenosaga, I love it. I just can't motivate it. But that's how it is. It's just when they yeah, no criticism. When they made Xenosaga, it was such a different thing. When they made Xenosaga 3, they knew it was going to be their last game. All of the team was 100% sure there would never be another Xeno game in any form. They knew this is it. This is going to be the last Xeno game ever. We are just going to go out with a bang. Let's put everything we want into this game. This is our final game ever. We don't know what the future holds. We might not even get to make another game ever. The sales are down the drain, and this is going to sell even worse because it's the third of a trilogy. They already knew this was going to sell the least amount. It was the very end of the PS2, so the future was very, very uncertain for Monolith Soft and everyone working at the company. So they just went all out and made one final farewell to everything Xeno, which included Xenogears in this case. But then, of course, we know the full history. Then they ended up another 20 years. After that, they made Xeno games for 20 more years. In the big scheme of things, this was just the very beginning. This was just, let's see. This was just 10 years into the making of Xeno. If we assume they started Xenogears 96 or 97, this was just 10 years into the making of everything Xeno. So what they assumed was the end was just the very beginning somehow. They have kept making Xeno games for another 20 years, and every time they just keep making more and more similar things. They can't escape Xeno. So yeah, that's why I thought that why the Xenogears references felt so more fitting in this game than the Xenoblade references, where they just throw in Cosmos as a cameo or things like that. At this point, they know they can make as many Xenoblade games as they want. So yes, this was by far the coolest boss I have ever fought. I had never seen a cooler boss than fighting this thing. Of course, half of the thing is having Godsib in the background as well. And then we got this thing with the emulator inside of it. There it is. This is as close as we're going to get to seeing Seller's 13th emulator. And on the same tangent, I'm not a big fan of fan theories or things like this, but this stream will be the time where I'm open for fan theories and my own old takes. And one of my favorite things about when it comes to fan theories is the fact that we never get to see Sellers die. The game treats him as dead, but we never see him die on screen, as far as we can there is no way to rule out the fact that Sellers might still be alive, even after the events of the entire game. So if the big ifs, if there was another Xenosaga, Xenosaga 4 following the events of this game, then Sellers for sure have the potential of causing a lot of trouble, knowing that he is still out there and he is the one person who was able to build a 13th emulator. It is still such a crazy concept what it even means to emulate infinite energy. What does it even mean to emulate something infinite? But we have seen throughout the games that nothing good can come of emulating the Zohar. That's for sure. It has enough power to disappear a planet and still come out of it safely by itself. It can destroy a planet without destroying itself in the process. It can survive the destruction of a planet, so yeah, it is. That is one of the interesting thoughts or interesting trains of thought you can have when it comes to a potential Xenosaga, or where the story could have gone with the facts that we have. The fact that Sellers might be out there and we know what he is capable of. He rebuilt this entire thing and he made the emulator, so that is something. And this is the transformed version. What happens when you take this thing and combine it with the original Zohar? You get this thing for some reason. It's not really explained, but that is what happens. They do say in the story that Omega was one of... Where is it? This one. No, why can't I find it anymore? Oh well. I guess we go with this one. Omega is one of the relics of God, meaning that they already built this thing back on Lost Jerusalem for some reason or another. The Zarathustra is also one of the relics, and I think they refer to the Merkava as well as one of the relics of God. All of the relics of God are things that are recorded in the Y data, meaning in Lemegeton, meaning in in the words of God, meaning the words of Yeshua. Yeah, quickly to the seller's entry. Nowhere is it stated that he actually died during the event. The last time we see him, he is in the Merkava. And the Merkava gets eaten by the Abel's Ark. That's the final fate of the Merkava, but since we are able to escape, there is nothing that says that Sellers wasn't able to escape as well. He just goes out with a madman laugh. You could interpret it as him going down with Merkava or him just escaping. Both are fully viable. But yes, it makes you wonder why Chaos and Mary wanted to build this thing back on Lost Jerusalem. That is another interesting thing to think about. Why in the world they intended to build this on Lost Jerusalem 6,000 years ago. And of course, the Ormus ships are just silly. They just look like a big chunk of rock to me. They don't look like spaceships at all to me. They are not my favorite design, that's for sure. This is not how I would design a spaceship. And the same is true for every single one of their ships. And of course, these being Ormus and immigrant fleet, they may or may not be the type of ships they used to escape Earth back in the day. Yeah, all of them look very similar and very boring. Look, it's a warship! What a warship. Even the Gnosis is a better ship than the Ormus ships. It's a cruiser type. Look at the Gnosis cruising. It got some moves. And here it is. My favorite spaceship of all time, of any franchise, of any... Yeah, it's just my favorite spaceship. And in that tiny, at the very top of that pyramid is the office of Wilhelm. It's impossible to see. Even in this high resolution, it's impossible to even see it. The very tip of that pyramid is the office of Wilhelm. We have already been over this before, but the size of this thing is 100 kilometers. It is classified as its own artificial planet or colony. And everything you need to survive. It's an entire country inside of this thing. They have everything they need to survive for hundreds of years, or maybe infinite time if they manage their resources correctly. Everything you need on a planet is also inside of this thing. They can grow their own food, they have their own cemeteries, they have their own weather system. Everything that is on a planet, they also have inside of this thing. And of course, we see in the final ending of the game that it survived. And if we read the entries, Wilhelm's final act was placing. He strategically placed the Dämmerung in a good position. He did have some backup plans. Even though his original plan failed in the end, that was the thing he was secretly hoping for. He was secretly hoping for the things that happened to happen. Even though they... Yeah, that's what the database say. And that's how it is. Wilhelm was secretly hoping for things to go exactly as they went. Yeah, they do mention that they managed to... We don't know what they use in the end, but they do mention that they have reserve generators at least, that they managed to get working. Things are looking grim at the moment, but they do manage. At the very end, we do see that they have full power is back on. So I guess they resort to some other kind of generator. And of course, with a thing this big, there should be plenty of opportunities for solar energy as well. Something tells me they have even better technology than solar energy, but yes, I don't think we have to worry about that. I think the reserve generators will be good enough for this thing to survive more or less indefinitely. More or less. They have the nanotechnology and the nanorobots that can replace materials indefinitely and repair materials indefinitely. So I'm not worried. The Demerong is the safest place to be always. It's true in the entire series. The Demerong is always the safest place to be in the universe. Exactly, dark matter energy. That's the one thing I know from this series. The Demerong is always the safest place. Both when it comes to fighting the Gnosis and when it comes to fighting other things. They should have the best capabilities. And here it is, the tactical warship Merkava. It's quite a boring thing to look at, but once again, we have to appreciate the size. And the funny thing is that, let's see if I can get my numbers correctly. Yes, the Merkava should be 80 kilometers in diameter. That is one big thing, 80 kilometers. And as a comparison, this is a 1000 kilometers. So the Demerong is still more than 100 times as big as the Merkava. It should be more than 100 times as big. And this is another ugly ship, the second Milcha ships. This is a pretty normal looking spaceship. Same goes for this. This is pretty normal looking. Some would even call this a cool one. Same goes for this. Pretty normal looking spaceship. And here in the middle of everything we got the bike. We got the bike. With this pretty logo. This is the logo that Cosmos has in her at her forehead in episode 2 as well. We got to see the bike twice in the game, in 2 cutscenes. Once in episode 2 and once in episode 3. And here it is, Zarathustra. I always knew one thing. I never expected this to be. This is not what I expected the final boss to be. But I always knew that Wilhelm would not be the final boss. I knew for sure that we would never fight Wilhelm on foot or on his mech. That's the only thing I knew for sure going into episode 3. And coming from Xenogears, the overlap between Krelian in Xenogears and the overlap between Wilhelm is just too big. And coming from Xenogears, where we never get to fight Krelian in any way, I knew the same would apply to Wilhelm as well. There is no way we would ever get to fight Wilhelm. It would be a pointless battle. He could just teleport us to the other side of the universe, or just disintegrate us if he wanted to. It would just be a completely pointless fight to fight him. And in the middle, we can see Abel. He's in that core. Zarathustra has taken Abel inside of it. We got the head. We got the head of Dina. We got the arm of Asher. We got the leg of what was it? Of God, I think. It's the legs of Richard and Herman, at least. And we also got some parts. That middle part is from Joshua Wilhelm's mech. That's the core. We got the A-rods from Zebulun. We got one wing from one wing from Voyager and one wing from Marglis. So we got a little bit of all the. We got some flying parts from Virgil's mech, I see. We got some small parts from all the different ESS. I think it's a very cool idea to just fight everything. The final boss is all the ESS at once, as well as Zarathustra. Yes, we haven't. We are still this. Yeah, I will probably have to do 2 parts to this stream. We are still in the character viewer. We haven't even gotten into the game. We haven't even talked about any of those parts. Abel is indeed Udo's physical incarnation in the real number domain of the lower domain. It all makes sense, of course. And here's my second favorite chip of all time, the Durandal. Here's another good example where we can compare episode 1, episode 2, and episode 3 with equal objects. This one returns in all the games. But yeah, you can see the very high resolution of the textures. Maybe a bit blurry, but we can see there is a lot of details. Let's see if I can show it on stream. No, let's do it later. My Lego version. The Dark Early Kaiser that I had completely forget and still feel silly about forgetting. Yeah, the Durandal is really cool, based on the legendary French sword. A lot of RPGs have the Durandal. You can see that the ship is designed as a sword, with a sword in mind. Whee! You can see that the ship is designed as a sword. I guess it's missing the hilt where you will actually get to hold it. The part you would hold is just a giant lump at this point. But it is designed as a sword. And a lot of other RPGs has Durandal as an actual sword. It's a very common sword in RPGs. Based on some French myth or some French sword. Here we go, Proto Omega, but with the original Zohar. It's so shiny in there, we can barely see the actual Zohar, it shines so much. And this thing is of course so massive, it's more than 100 meters tall. I believe the Zohar is about 30 meters tall. The Zohar is twice the height of an ES. And then the Zohar, we need 3 or 4 Zohars to match the height of this thing, so it is massive. And here we go, finally, we can finally look at Joshua. As you can see, this one doesn't actually have a vessel of anima. It is kind of designed like an ES. There is a spine-like part to it, but you can see that it's just a random part. It's not actually a vessel of anima in there. You can see it's completely empty. So it is designed as a vessel to hold a vessel, but it never holds a vessel. Instead, it is just powered by Wilhelm. This is the second half of Wilhelm. And the reactor core. This is also the power source of the entire Dämmerung. And that's another indication of the power levels of Wilhelm. The fact that half of him is enough to power the entire Dämmerung constantly, day in and day out for forever. It's just the best. And I will assume that Wilhelm used this as the original basis for the other ESs. I will assume that this is the original design that he used to make the other ESs. As we know at this point, Heinlein and Wilhelm was the same person, meaning that he also oversaw the construction of all the ESs. He was the mastermind behind every single ES. And here we have Leupold, the Seebsen reference, a much sillier version of Seebsen. This really looks like a robot more than a gear or a mech. This is supposed to be a mining robot after all. And then we're back to some boring ships. I don't mind this ship. This ship seems very... If there ever is spaceships in real life, this is something I could see happening. This type of design. Just very, very simple, very practical. A typical Federation carrier. The same goes for these ones, just very simple, typical spaceship designs. Yeah, the same is true, and that's all of them. The same is true for all the Federation ships. We don't have to look at the enemies, but you can look at every single enemy in the game. Every single enemy also got a model viewer. And look at this, this is a completely normal random enemy in the game. But if you compare this polygon count to any other PS2 game, this is just crazy for a normal enemy. No one else wastes these many polygons for an boring enemy. And the same is true for this random noses. Look how many moving parts, how many animated parts. This is just the idle animation. It doesn't even do anything. This is the amount of movement for just idle. And the amount of rounded parts. And I am glad that episode 3 brings back all of these classic noses. All the ones like this one, we can finally zoom in. This is the one I wanted to zoom in episode 2 when we grinded for levels. Look at the amount of details this one enemy have. I think it looks... This could be a boss in any other PS2 game. This is the detail level you would use for a boss fight. You can see all the individual teeth of the mouth. A lot of pointy teeth. Yeah. And all these tentacles moving about, and the wings, and the spiral. Look at the spiral spiraling when I turn the camera. Such a cool enemy. Such a disturbing enemy. The 20 series Ashura. But yes, we're not going to look at all the enemies. They are not fun enough for that. And that is the things you can do in the menu. We have spent 2 hours in this one menu. We didn't even look at any cutscenes. It is crazy. We just spent 2 hours just looking at some random models. That is insane. Insane. So, we're going to load this save file. This is the clear data from... we unlocked the swimsuit mode. And we got Alan's swimsuit as well. I forgot that we got Alan's swimsuit. And this is what I said. It's going to be a messy and random stream. We're just gonna do things like that. Congratulations! Game clear bonus. Alan's swimsuit and flawless. And the flawless costume is actually flawless. I really like the flawless costume. We're gonna equip it on Chaos. And take a look at this. There it is. Chaos's flawless costume. It's the one he wore 6,000 years ago on Lost Jerusalem. Back in the good old days when he was still hanging out with Mary Magdalene and Jesus. Oh, I forgot. We say Messiah, not Jesus. They never... Well, they do mention Jesus, but they don't confirm it's the same person. But we do get to see him. And we know that they were friends. We know that Chaos was a follower of the Messiah. Chaos was the one to perform the miracles. And that seems to be, if I remember correctly, that is also the lore of Gnosticism. In Gnosticism, Yeshua was the one to perform the miracles of Jesus. Jesus was the one to spread the good word, and the more charismatic figure who talked to the people, while Yeshua was the one to do the actual miracles with the actual powers of God. They were not one and the same person. But yes, I really like this this subtle green color and the white. And then we get some sandals too. Getting some Xenogears feeling with the sandals. Let's see. Is there any... Yeah, we need to go to the hangar. There is one side quest left. We have one single side quest left to complete. No, the flawless is just for Chaos. It's just his costume. But we did unlock a lot of new costumes for Xion as well. When we fought Kevin and Xion at the same time, we stole the white shirt. So we do have the white shirt for Xion, her, and I guess we call it her nightgown. It's the one she wore in that one beautiful cutscene with Kevin. And it is a bit disturbing that we steal these clothes from him in that final fight. So he kept these clothes lying around. He never goes anywhere without these clothes. And then we also stole, in the same fight, we also stole the research uniform. The one that I mentioned that I like. I find this to be the most fitting and the most tasteful of all Xion's outfits. I really like this one. I think it's very fitting for a researcher. Let's see, was she... I just want to see the shirt again. Yeah. I'm disappointed. She is barefoot when she wears this one, but they did not change the footstep. We still have the footsteps of the shoes, so that's a shame. That's one minor detail they forgot about. We should have some different footsteps with that one. Hello, Scott. She called it Lemegeton. I've never heard of it before. Even with my genius, I don't understand it at all. Lemegeton, the words of God. But of course, those were the words of Yeshua. That is one of the cutscenes we will rewatch pretty soon. The one where Wilhelm speaks to Margulis and reveals everything. That is one of the cutscenes we need to watch. And this is the final cutscene, side quest. Oh. Have we missed something? Let's see. Oh, there it is. Congratulations, you completed the database. 100% in every category. There is of course a few of these we need to check as well. Where is he? We need to speak to a specific of the droids. And once again, this is also as close as we're ever going to get to a Xenogears remake. Every time I visit the hangar, I can't help but to think about the hangar in Yggdrasil of Xenogears. Whenever I see this, I can really picture how the hangar in Yggdrasil would also look in this style, in full 3D. Yeah, if only. We just have to replace one of the mechs with giant Chushu. Let's see. Is the droid... Where is he? Is he in one of the rooms or is he in the bar? Let's run around and find out. I don't think he has gone into Cosmos's maintenance room. And as I said before, I can't help but to hear the ending theme in this song. I might be the only one. Have anyone seen Guinness? Or is he the bartender maybe? No. His name is something else. He's Adonis. We already did that quest, and this should be Spumoni. I never even mentioned it, but you can actually make custom levels in Hakox. I have never done anything worth mentioning in there, but you can make custom stages in Hakox. which is also pretty crazy that they included an editor. And the even more crazy part is that you can play multiplayer in the Hakoks. You can control different characters. So you can make your custom levels and play with all your friends, all your Hakoks loving friends. It is just so crazy that they even programmed that. Nope, no one in the shower. Where is he? How hard can it be to find a droid? Oh, that's right. That's the I've never mentioned this, but this is the droid from episode 2. There was a droid in episode 2 that wanted to become a bunny, and he finally got his wish. That's funny that we get some follow-up on that random NPC from episode 2. This is just good old kamikaze. No droids in here. We're running out of places to look. Go first. It's good old Albie. He's an albino, so Albie. Albie the albino. Sadly, he did not woof. I wanted him to do a woof. But I'm starting to get confused where... Did he move somewhere? Did he move into the EVS somewhere? Into the virtual world? Gedalia, Milcha, it appears that all the primary star system have undergone notification. That's what's happened. Lemmigeton spread throughout the human, and everything and everyone turned into notice. Almost everything. If he's not in the maintenance room, I have no idea where he is. It's the only place left where we haven't looked. Bing bong. Still only Scott over here. I didn't notice, but we move much faster in the hangar than the rest of the ship. And they increase the moving speed for the hangar. Where is he? Where is that stupid droid? Where did he go up to? We didn't really get any hints. Oh. I misunderstood the I misunderstood the quest. Or maybe not. Or maybe. There it is. Finally. We got the Cubisis. I completely forgot what I completely misunderstood what the droid was saying. There we go. We have officially completed every quest in... No, that's not true. We actually I remembered later. We actually missed a quest on 50 Jerusalem. So this can never be a perfect save file. This save file is a waste. A terrible waste. We missed a quest all the way back on 50 Jerusalem, the place I specifically said we can never return to. And I still think it's so sad that we can never return there. I guess the only reason why we can't return there is because all of the data is on the first disk. They didn't want you to swap back and forth between the disks, so they decided to just completely skip it. There is no way to return there. Not even in the simulation. Look at the stats of this thing. We get 3 maximum boost, HP goes up so much, and the EP also a silly amount. We more or less doubles the EP for anyone who uses this. Yeah, too bad we can never go back and get a random weapon for her. But aside from that one quest, we did everything in the game. We have all the costumes, and we have all the best weapons, we have all the best accessories. So it is almost a perfect playthrough. We did all the hackhocks, of course. We did all the optional bosses. We did the optional dungeon. We opened every treasure chest in the game except for one, I believe. I'm not going back for that one. It is a necklace. And there it is. Cubisis. Of course, it's rather pointless now that we have Heaven's Door. EP is more or less a pointless status. We can use as much as we want of the EP. But that is that. This save file is complete. There is nothing more to do on this save. We have shown off every costume at some point during the playthrough. There really is nothing else to do. So this might be a good time to show off my other save file. I have been looking forward to that one. And let's see if we can get the map correctly. It's a bit tricky. So we do a normal save. This is the final save we should need for this. There we go. Alright, we can't load. We have to go to the main. We have to go to this place to load. And then find a good save file. It should be the later ones. Yeah, this is a perfect one. Let's see if we have any other perfect ones. Almost all of them are on the Elsa. It's hard to tell when in time. I have so many save files on the Elsa during different times of the story. But yeah, let's begin with... I should just have stuck to the save file we were at. This is most of these save files are my original ones. This is my very first playthrough. This is the first time I ever ended chapter 1. And this is the first time I ever went to 5th Jerusalem. As you can see, my playtime is quite high already, because I spent so long in the first dungeon leveling up to learn the steal ability. I was very thorough. Yeah, first ever saves. And I have them spread out over the game. Here is when I completed chapter 3 for the first time ever. Here is a debris of mine for the first time ever. End of chapter 4 for the first time ever. So yeah, most of my original playthrough is still here in a save file format. But I made a mistake. We should first look at this one. This is the same file we just had. Follow Kevin inside. The current objective. This is what we want to check. I already showed this before, but because we did that one side quest on Milcha, when we were in the so-called time travel, I never even bothered to explain the time travel. It is quite complicated. That's another thing. This game does all the things I don't like. I don't like when games suddenly throw time travel at you. It's always such a lazy thing or a weird thing to do. Oh, what a cute idle animation she has. Usually I'm not a fan of time travel either. Characters coming back from the dead and time travel, all of that are things that makes the story pointless when suddenly anything can happen and you can change anything in the past. It just takes away all of the urgency and the gravity of the story when you can just travel in time or come back from the dead whenever you want. But once again, they somehow find a way to do the time travel in this game and not make it too silly. It's not actual time travel in this game. You don't go back to the past when we are on Old Miltia 15 years ago. It's not actual time travel. Yeah, I don't think we have seen that animation. It is so cute. And when the times we did run around as Momo, I never stood still long enough for the animation to play, so I'm glad we got to see that. It was super cute. Jumping on one foot and then the other foot. But indeed, it is not actual time travel in this game. We are not back in the past 15 years ago. They recreate the past exactly as it was, but they recreate the past in the present. Thanks to the memories and the resonance between all the different characters. We already saw the phenomenon in episode 1 where we recreate parts of the past with the Encephalon dive. And just like they say in episode 1-2, there is no difference between illusion and reality to the people experiencing it. And if enough people are experiencing the past, there is really no way to to tell the difference. So yeah, they are using the memories and the resonance between multiple different characters to restore the past in the present. But that's then we have to take it to the next step, because some things that we affect in the so-called past does affect the present and the future. It is so many layers to it in Xenosaga because of the way the universe and the world works. Because of the things that we changed in the recreated past, we act upon the collective unconscious. So enough people believe in the things that we change. If enough people believe in the things we change, then they did actually change. Like the fact that the main goal of the entire recreation is that is to summon Abel's Ark. We needed the power of 2 Xion. Young Xion alone was not enough to summon Abel's Ark. So we needed the power of double Xions to summon the Ark once and for all. That's the main reason of the entire time travel. But some other things are also affected, like Virgil disappearing. He disappeared in the recreated past, and he's still gone when we return to the present. So things we do in the recreated past still affect the present. It's not at all without consequences. So it's a hard time travel episode to explain in this game. It's not relive the past, but the things we change do change the future and the present. And the end result, what I'm trying to say is, we did that one side quest that altered the past, meaning the present, meaning the future, and that quest had the end result of adding a lot of items to the menu, with the notable items being these ones. All of the stat upgrades, the HP upgrade, the EP upgrade, strength, vitality, ether attack, ether defense, evasion, dexterity, agility, luck, and also, where is it? The G vaccine. I'm not sure if that was added or not, but it's still part of getting the max stats. So all of that side quest is the only way to get max stats in the game. And now we're finally going to do the map, what is required to get to those max stats. Let's start by selling everything we don't need. We're just going to sell, let's just sell all of these to get as much money as we can. Sadly, none of these were very expensive, so. But we do have some expensive items, like that one. There we go, we have 1 million. We made it to 1 million. I think that is, yeah, 1 million might be a good. $1 million might be a good starting point. We can't get much more than that. We have 1.5. Yeah, those are the... Let's see, we got 1.6 at least. So let's see what a 1.5 million gets us. At 500,000, let's start with this. With 500,000 we can get... let's do some math. With 500,000 we can get 99 of these. And 99 of these gives us 2,500 HP. So, if we take a look at the characters, we need 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe... Yes, we need to buy 1,200 of that item. So to max out our HP in the game, we need 1,200 of these for all the characters. So in total we need to buy 1,200 of these. Meaning that we need 1,200 of these means 6 million. We need 6 million money to max out our HP. And then, without doing any math, I suspect that we need something along the similar amounts for the EP. Let's see. 100 of these gets us 500 EP. And we're gonna need that times 10, so yeah. Exactly, time for grinding, so we're gonna need about 10 million to max out these two. But here comes the fun part. These are the easy ones. These are the easy ones. Then we get to the strength. They only increase by 2. So let's check this. If we buy 100 of these, 20 years of streams. So we need 99 of these gives us 200 strength, and it costs 1 million. So every million gives us 200 strength. But if we look at the characters, Chaos needs the strength goes all the way up to 999. So Chaos needs let's see. Chaos needs 400 of those, so it is 4 million golds to max out Chaos's strength. And then there is 4 million to max out Yin, 4 million for Momo, 4 million for Cosmos. So we have, let's see, 8, 12, 16, 20, 28. We need 28 million to max out the strength for every character. We just sold every item in the game and we got 1.6 million. We need 28 million just for that one status. We need 28 million to max out the one status for the party. And then we go back in here and see, it is the same for Vitality. We need just as many for Vitality, just as many for Ether Attack, just as many for Ether Defense, just as many for not as many. Some of the stats are lower. I think Agility and Luck, we need less of Agility and Luck, but I think at least these 4 status needs just as much. So to max out these 4 statuses, we need 100 million money to max out the party. Now we are getting into the ridiculous amounts. We need 100 million for these 4 stats. And then a few more for the other stats. I think the end result is something like 150 million. I'm pretty sure that is the something like that, 150 million or 200 million, somewhere in that span is the amount of money we need to max out every stat for every character. And as I illustrated my last stream, the best item to sell in the game is the what was it called? It's the I think we can buy it. Kajik. The Kajik. One of these items. No, that's right, we couldn't even buy it, but the best item in the game to sell, we got 500,450,000. This is the most expensive item we can sell in the game. So then we divide 150 million with the 500,000, meaning that we need about 300 of these. We need about 300 of the rare drop. And then we can do the math. Since we know that the rare drop had 1% chance of spawning. So we need the rare drop 300 times, and it is a 1% chance of it dropping. So it is 300 times 100, which gives us the silly amount, 30,000 enemies. We need to fight, statistically, we need to fight 30,000 battles of the hardest enemy in the game. So there it is. That should be, it's not the exact math, but it is the approximate math that you have to do. It is, there is some margin for error both ways in this math, but that's the general math you have to do if you want to max every status for every character. If you want max HP, max EP, strength, vitality, dexterity, evasion, agility, ether attack, ether defense, luck, and resist G. The only status you can't affect is the break limit. The break limit is only affected by equipment and is inherent for each character. Each character has a different break limit. So that's the one thing that you can't affect in any way aside from equipment. So that is the math, and that is the amount we need. So let's go and fight 30,000 noses. I mean, load my other save file. Let's find it. I saw it somewhere. Time to follow Kevin inside. Yeah, we could do that just for fun. Just for fun, we could do that. But here it is. Ta-da! My ultimate save file. I'm laughing my evil and crazy laughter from just seeing this again. I did this, I think it was either last year or the year before. Yeebus! I started out, I originally only meant to do Yin, so I started with Yin since he is the one that I used to kill the enemies. I wanted Yin to be the strongest character. So here we have him. That's the maximum stats for Yin. And the funny thing is that I'm not, this is his, the funny thing is that I'm wearing his worst weapon. This is the worst weapon in the game. This is his starting weapon. And this is his final weapon. As you can see, switching weapon doesn't make any difference, aside from I just noticed that this weapon has some break limit, so that's the best weapon. I went overboard and made sure that I even made armor obsolete. Wearing the first armor in the game or the final armor in the game doesn't make any difference for the statuses, aside from the break limit. Break limit is the only stat that you can affect. Oh, but there is another reason why I removed these. Oh well. Oh well. That is the ultimate yin. He cannot get any stronger in any way. And of course, we learned every skill in the game long ago. I have 45,000 skill points left over. I could max out the entire skill tree one more time. So yeah, as you can see, 4 or even 5 of the statuses go to 9999, and then dexterity, evasion, agility, and luck goes to only 99, because yeah, that's the way they work. Luck, I already explained luck. Luck is the best status to max out first. Since having 99 makes you double as strong with guaranteed criticals. So luck is the best status to max out first, if you feel crazy and want to do this yourself. And of course, the same is true for every character. I did it with every character. 9999, 99999, 99999. Even Momo and Jin is just as strong. It doesn't matter if I fight with Jin or Momo at this point, they are exactly the same strength. The only thing that matters is which attacks I use. That's the only thing that matters. And the reason why I unequipped everything is because I wanted to do this. This is a list of every item in the game. Let's see. Is there any better way to view them? Oh, there we go. All equipment. Look at this list. I mentioned this before, but I have never seen a RPG, a single player RPG with more items than this. This list of items is just crazy. You can see on the side the little bar going down. There's a tiny bar going down on the side. But this is every equipment in the game. Look at the list. This is every single equipment in the game. At least one copy of each. And that includes the ES equipment as well. That's the reason why the list is so long, because we have equipment for both of them. But there it is. Every equipment in the game. The normal items are pretty... This list isn't that long, but I keep one of each of these as well. So, exactly, as far as I can tell, this is the... Well, that's once again a matter of definition, but to me this is the ultimate and perfect save. You could always try to get as many as possible of each item. I could still try to get 99 of every item that is possible to get 99 of. But that would mean a few more thousand of hours. Getting 99 of each equipment and getting 99 of each item, that would be a few more thousand of hours. And now I'm going to illustrate how you do it. That is the end result and the math behind it, but now we're going to see the actual process behind it, what you actually do. Here I am. Why is Cosmos faster? That's annoying. Cosmos is faster than Yin, even though they have the same stat. Critical! Oh, let's do this. Let's do his special attack. This is the one we want. We need to equip some equipment with more boost. But yeah, we can check this one. We need to equip more boost. Like that one. And that one. And that one. No, not that one. Where's the final one? There it is. Now we got... Oh, no, that's overkill. We don't need that much. Nine is the maximum amount. We can't go higher than that. I'm just quickly trying to see if there is any fun thing we can add. No, none of this really matter. The only important thing was the boost. Finally some music. More or less the entire stream have been musicless, which is a bit sad. Don't worry, we will have music later. The next screen will be the place where all the grinding took place. Or most of it, at least. This is the place, this is where we will do it. Let me just clean up these guys.
I'll handle this.
No, there's not really any reason to save, but this is the save point I used as a refill point. And this is the... Let's see if we can get it. It will be a few tries, but... This is the fight that you use.
I'll handle this.
Both of these enemies have a chance to drop the 1%. I already showed this in the normal playthrough, but both of these has a 1% chance to drop the item that we want. So we kill one, then we quickly escape and hope for the drop.
Here we go.
We kill one, and then quickly escape and hope for the drop. We kill one.
Please stand back.
Yeah, you get it. This is what we do. We just keep doing this over and over and hoping for the one drop. It's a 1 in 100 chance. And you
Underestimate me.
you never stop getting happy when you finally see the drop. It has happened that I have gotten the drop twice in a row, but you never stop being happy to see it.
I'll handle this.
So this is the way you do it. Of course, when you start out doing this, it takes much longer, the first few,
I'll handle this.
until you get strong enough with Yin to actually kill them in one turn. At the beginning you have to...
Here I am.
At the beginning of the grind it's a bit more complicated, when you have to use skills and use boost, and I already showed that up in the main playthrough. But this is how it looks when you finally get one strong character, in my case Yin. So once you get Yin up to full strength,
Attacking.
then you can just keep doing it like this. And according to the fight, every fight takes 6 seconds.
Here we go.
The fight itself takes 6 seconds. This, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have about 4 seconds to reset the battle. So then we can do the math again. So we have 10 seconds per battle.
Here we go.
We have 10 seconds per battle, meaning 6 battles per minute. 6 battles per minute, meaning
Don't underestimate me.
360 battles per hour. And we needed 30,000
Underestimate me.
or something like that, 20 or 30,000. So if you do the math, we can fight about 20. We can do 20,000 battles in less than 100 hours. The item that we want, let's see if we can find it. The item that we want is a necklace that is called this one. If we get this one, we can sell it for 500,000. So we're hoping to find this item. A union neck. There is also the kayak neck. The kayak neck also works. It has the same selling price. So this is how you do it. This is how you get to max that in this game.
I'll draw the enemy away.
It's the most unreasonable single player game I have ever seen. I have played so many RPGs, but no other game is as ridiculous as this game. I can't name any game which is more extreme than this. Not even Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X is notorious for being racy to do a perfect save. But not even in Final Fantasy X you have to fight 20,000 battles to get to the
Here I go.
to get to max status. So yeah. This was my life for a few weeks. A few days and a few weeks. Just doing this over and over while watching other streams. I don't remember what you were playing, but I was watching you while doing this, that's for sure. Oops, I failed. You can never kill both of them. If you kill both of them, you have to reset. And once again, I have played a lot of RPGs, but in no other RPG have I defeated over 20,000 enemies. Most RPGs are... In most RPGs, if you're going for the credits in an RPG, you're usually going to have about... Yeah, that's true. But I was trying to figure out what you were playing when I was doing this grinding. It was more recent than Xenosaga 2. It was something completely different.
I'll draw the enemy away.
This was either last year or the year before. It was after Xenosaga 2 at least. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember, what you were playing when I was doing this. And as I was trying to say, I have played a lot of RPGs, but in no other RPG have I fought 20,000 combat. There is no way.
I'll draw the enemy away.
In Tales of Symphonia, I know that I fought almost 5,000 battles. And that is more of an action game. And that also includes
Underestimate me.
three rounds of New Game Plus. So even with 3 rounds of New Game Plus, I am nowhere close to that 20,000 enemies like in this game.
Here I go.
Yeah, I will have to check my list as well to see exactly when I was doing this. Then we can figure out what you were playing.
Here we go.
Still no luck. We have already done about 20, I believe.
Here we go.
I think we have already done about 20. But imagine 20,000. It's such a... I just can't believe that I did this. I can't believe that anyone has done this. I don't know anyone else that have ever done this on original hardware without any cheating. Just actually fighting the battles needed. I know there was one other person
I'll draw the enemy away.
who was trying to do this, and he made it all the way for at least one character. I know that he made it to level 99, but not all of the
My way. You'll pay.
not all of the status upgrades. And that's the closest I know someone has done.
Here I go.
And we also had someone else in chat who did level 99 only. Yeah, I have.
Don't underestimate me.
I should have at least one more backup save aside from this memory card. I should have at least one more backup. I consider this my best save file in any game ever.
I'll handle this.
I have never done a more extreme save file than this. I'm getting cramp already just remembering just remembering this part and doing the same button mashes over and over for 20,000 times.
Here I am.
Get in my way. You'll pay.
I was also trying to find some. Ah, we got it! Hooray! We got one! We got one of them. Haha! We got the Velvet Breath. That means 500,000. So that's progress.
Here I go.
We got 500,000. But of course I'm not going to do this anymore. I just wanted to illustrate the actual... This is how it actually looked, over and over and
Don't
over.
underestimate me.
We get to hear the first 6 seconds of the fighting song over and over.
Please stand back.
And I believe at the beginning when I started this I was at 14 seconds, so that's a fun thing. That's something I really like in RPGs and grinding, to see the timer go down. And in this case I think the timer started at 14 seconds, and at this point I'm down to 6 seconds.
Here I am.
So I more than halved the amount of time needed for the kill.
Here I go.
Ah, I see. Not as extreme as this, but still a lot of work in Unicorn Overlord. Let's also take a look at we never got to see this one, the boob cannon. Here it comes. Mary Magdalene doing the boob cannon,
Show pain unto me.
but it is not her twin. Oh look, it was immune and absorb it. We just gave the enemy 77,000 HP. And then we also never saw this attack.
You won't get away.
Oh look, we gave the enemy 40,000.
I'll handle this.
Here we go.
Here I am.
I'm just building some boost. At this moment I'm not farming for the item. Right now I'm just building some boost. Oh, and I forgot to... Yeah, there is a few more things I want to show on this playtime. Just illustrating how ridiculously strong we are. We can also, just for fun, just switch in some Momo.
Don't underestimate me.
Even if we attack with Momo. There we go. Even Momo kills the final enemies in the game with one hit. Just a simple attack.
Don't underestimate me.
Oh, we got another drop. We are super lucky. I almost want to save. I almost want to save. Since we are so lucky. Let's see. Oh no, I forgot the clock doesn't work anymore. Oh well, I wanted to see how long it took, but I think it was less than 20 minutes. Less than 20 minutes to make 1 million gold. Oh no, the meetings. It can't be helped. I will just continue to show off random things and... yeah. I will probably do a dinner break and then come back with a part 2 of this. We won't have the time to get to all the details. There are still... I would still like to show or remember some details and show some details from episode 1 as well. Just some of the favorite parts of Xenosaga in general before we can move on. We don't even understand how ableist the physical manifestation of voodoo yet. And we haven't even taken a look at my favorite. It's not really a fan theory, it's just more of a speculation or interesting, one of my favorite details to think about that we never get an answer for. Final save of the game. We're not going to watch any of these cutscenes. I'm just gonna skip right ahead to the boss. Oh, I wonder if this one... No, that's not what I want. I want attack, not defense. Yeah, everything in this category is just for defense. None of these have any attack attributes. And I'm not sure if adding an element have any... I don't think adding an element in this game adds any attack power unless they are weak to it. It's not like Dark Souls where attack plus element are added to each other or are separate. In this game they just completely, if I switch to fire I will do the same amount of damage but with a fire element. But no, there is no way we can increase our physical strength or anything like that. We are as strong as we can get. See, what party do I want? I think this is fine. I want to... I think, we'll see. I think I want to cast... I think this one still increases my strength even beyond maximum stats. So I'm going to cast the attacker, the first thing I do. And I'm going to cast the offensive with Xion. And then we're gonna see how strong Jin can get. We're gonna unleash the strongest possible attack with Jin as far as I can tell. Unless I'm forgetting some detail. There will be a few cutscenes to skip. Quite a few. How strong can we get? We don't want to... we're not going to watch Xion get tortured again. We have seen enough of that. And we don't want to see her beautiful memory. Enough of that. We will rewatch some of these later, but not right now. We get the scene with Wilhelm getting his arm cut off, but he's not bleeding, not in this version and not in the Japanese version. The Japanese version confirms that Wilhelm does not bleed at all. It's not a thing that he does. He is not a human after all. There is no... It's pointless to bleed. Why would he bleed? He only does things that are meaningful. And here we go. We get to hear my favorite song again. Is it Heaven's Tracker? No. What? What? Did I misunderstand something? I think I misunderstood something. There's no reason to cast this since we already have. Well, I guess there is a 1% chance we won't get critical, so let's just do it, I guess.
Ether drive.
And then with Xion we're going to cast Offensive.
Ether drive.
And then we're going to boost with Yin. And I don't think there is anything else we can do too. I don't think we can decrease the physical attack, but I don't think we can decrease defense in this game. Maybe. Oh, there is skin down. Let's try it. I'm not sure if it will work or not.
Ether drive.
Skin down. I don't think it worked. Oh, well, it did work because I see the arrow down. That's great. And now we unleash. I forgot to equip the display. We can't see what elements he's weak to, but I think he's neutral for the elements. So let's unleash the lightning bolts that uses 4 boosts. This is the strongest attack we can use with Yin in this game. The end! It did 45,000 in a single attack. I think the boss have 60,000. So we can almost kill the final boss in one hit. Almost. And of course, if I decided to boost, then the boss wouldn't get to attack at all. But I just want to show this off before we end the boss. This is also pretty funny. I'm gonna keep guarding for a while until it attacks. Yeah, look at that. The final boss does 0 damage to Xion when Xion is not wearing any equipment. Tell me another RPG, a single player RPG where you can get to this power level where the final boss cannot damage you at all. It did 0 damage to a character without equipment. This is one of the big attacks. That one did actual damage at least. And then we're gonna do this. We just want to see the numbers.
Ether drive.
We're doing it. Kaiser Sigma.
Kaiser Sigma.
Let's take a look at these numbers. This is going to be fun. We could have done this the first turn, but I wanted to see Yin's best attack. Oh, 100,000. 200,000. 300,000. And there it is. I think the boss have 60,000 HP. And we killed it five times. We killed it 5 times over. Let's see, can we do this? Yes, we can do this. So with a single attack we can defeat the final boss. And if Erdkaiser Sigma was alive, we could have killed that one as well in one attack. I think one Dark Erdkaiser would have been enough. So that is how powerful you can get in this game. There is not a single enemy that can damage me. Only the final boss can damage me at all with some of its attack. So that's how strong you get. The strongest I have ever been in any RPG. Very fun. I guess we can take a look in the database. Now that we have 100% complete. Not sure if I want to do... I think I want to do by character. Oh, there is just so much. we could be stuck in this for 10 streams now that I think about it. We could be doing this for 10 streams. Why did I think one would be enough? The exclusive pilot for Omega. Abel is the material, real form of the higher dimensional existence Udu, which exists without the concept of an individual and is defined exclusively in subjective terms by the observer, whose discernate imaginary form is the arc. Discarnate, discarnate. He acts in the capacity of the control device for Omega, which uses the Zoar as its principal energy source. Yeah, that's also interesting little fact that that Abel's physical form first appeared on Lost Jerusalem at the same time as Nephilim. So Abel was not around during the super ancient time when they the ancient times of Yeshua and Mary. I think the database will funnily enough refer to it as the super ancient time, something like that. I think it will do that. But yes, that is interesting that he first appeared at the same time as Nephilim. Around the year, I'm not sure. Is it the year 2000 or is it something a few hundred years later? And of course, this is also interesting. Albedo Piazzolla has the longest entry. This is the longest entry in the entire database. All of this is just for Albedo. All of this. We're not going to read it. But it is an interesting read. named after the alchemical process of whitening, has put forth in C.G. Young's Psychology and Alchemy. He has milky white hair. I guessed it correct this time. I said we're not going to read it. I started reading. And of course, the sad end with Albedo, the sad end with all of the URTVs, and the conclusion of the URTV story is what Albedo wanted all along. The true desire. A true physic union with Junior. The two halves finally become one again. Yeah, from the start, we can see it right here. Wilhelm negotiated with Albedo and proposed to unifying him with Junior. And that is the reason indeed why Albedo became a testament. In episode 1 and episode 2, we assume he is going for the second best thing. We don't know if Wilhelm and Albedo already had if they already had planned all this the way ahead already from the start, or not by the time of episode 1 and episode 2. We do know that that Albedo and the Testaments are already acquainted, so it's not impossible that Albedo already was promised the role of a Testament even before episode 1. But at least it seems in episode 1 and in episode 2 that his goal is to just escape. He's one interesting character because he is the one character. All the other characters in this game are trying to escape death and doing everything to avoid death, but Albedo is the only one character that can't die and is seeking death. We saw in episode 2 where his fears began of never dying, and all he ever wanted was to die before his friends died. It's such a sad tale, and I can't believe how well they managed to turn Albedo around from the complete madman villain in episode 1. In episode 1, he's just a typical video game mad villain. We have zero sympathy for him in episode 1. And then comes episode 2 and changes that, where we somehow managed to care about Albedo. I'm not sure where I was going, but yes. Very sad tale. All he wanted was to die before his friends, so that he wouldn't be sad when they finally died. Phew, poor Albedo. And he's also the one who died the most times. I still consider him dying multiple times in episode 2. He first died when he found the Y data, and somehow he just turned into information. He just disappeared from the cosmos somehow. Disappeared. We have the scene where Junior can't feel the, or when he falls down and he says it can't be Albedo. He can't believe that Albedo is gone. That can't be true. Nothing can happen to Albedo, but still something did happen to Albedo right at the disc swap of episode 2. when he finally finds the mostly complete Y data. I consider him that is his first step. If you really want, you could consider him dying all the way back in when he linked with Udo, but oh well. Then he dies again when the Patriarch vaporizes him into particles. Don't forget to breathe deep and inhale the particles that compose me. That part in episode 2. The only one who is allowed to take Albedo out is me, Junior said. And then, of course, the final and saddest of all his deaths, in episode 2 at least, when we kill him in the space-time anomaly, and the Kir's Watcher angels comes for him, and he says he's finally free, and Junior is sad. And then a few cutscenes later, he is reborn as the Testament. And it is also such a nice scene once we defeat him in episode 2, where you can see all his madness is gone. We defeated the Udo part of him or something. He doesn't seem even a little bit crazy at the very end. He just seems at peace. But of course, then there is this line. He had his deal with Wilhelm all along. Maybe all along. Maybe this was the ultimate goal all along. Probably it was. And this was the one and only chance for him to be one with Rubdo once again. It's just sad that Guinan had to offer himself in the process. And here's a name I can't pronounce. Alexei Tsioloskovsky, leader of the anti-human organization. We never get to see this. Or did we see? Did we see them in Missing Year? I think we might have seen them. In the games we only constantly get to see Doctus, and that is also, I mentioned it before, but that is also one of the things I wish we saw more of. More of Scientia as a whole, as an organization. They keep saying that they have millions of members outside of the Federation. We never get to see any part that is outside of the Federation. All the parts we see are from the Federation. But there is an entire civilization with outside of the Federation. So we never get to see any of that, including Doctus and of course, I always feel sad that Alan keeps being a comic relief both for most players and and also the developers keep making him into a comic relief, but he himself takes himself serious. And having those final scenes in the end of the episode finally redeems him as a serious character. He starts as a serious character in the very first scene of episode 1, and then he ends as a serious character that even manages to stand up to the Testament. All they were doing with their tremendous power was running away. They lacked resolve. And that's what he said, at least. And of course, good old Andrew Shurenko. We haven't heard a word about him since he disappeared in episode 1. No, I'm trying to think. There might have been one single mention of him after that, but mostly he is gone, but I really like Andrew Shcherenkov. He is my favorite. He is my favorite side character of any game ever. They did such a great job with all of his character and of his backstory. And of course, they didn't spend all that time in episode 1 building him up just for nothing. He was I see him as a symbol, a big symbol of things to come, and how and of Gnosis in general, and the people who rejected the world. That's the final thing he says. The world didn't reject me, I rejected the world, is some of his final lines. And he ended up at the beach of nothingness. They never explained the beach of nothingness either. We see it at least twice. But yeah, I would say I would call it limbo, something between life and death. It's I think in the perfect guide of the game, either in the database here or in the perfect guide, they describe it as that different people see it differently. It's the place you see when your consciousness is shifting to the collective unconscious. Oops. Yeah. So he is just all about him is just a great representation and illustration of the people rejecting the world and Gnosis in general. We see him turn into the Gnosis boss, the big bad, dangerous Gnosis boss right before our very eyes. Most of the people that we see get touched by Gnosis in the game are just instantly killed or transformed into salt in the intro of the game on the Voglinde. Most of the people are just... But Shcherenkov was one of the few that or the only one really. No, one of the few we saw that turned into actual Gnosis. And that confirms before our very eyes that Gnosis are people transformed. And it's funny, I always find it funny in the very end with Wilhelm, when suddenly, who is it? Is it Yin or is it Stiggy? One of them says, the Gnosis. Yes, the Gnosis are the form of the people who rejected the world. There we have it, the one big mystery that they kept building in episode 1. It was such a big part of episode 1, building the mystery surrounding the Gnosis. Everything about the Gnosis was unknown and mysterious in episode 1 and very scary. And then by the end, when we finally get all the answers, Wilhelm just mentioned it in the passing. Yes, it is the form of the people who rejected the world. In his finals, yeah, there it is. Such a fantastic side character. And of course we have to read some of Wilhelm. We won't even get the full picture from this. We need a perfect guide as well. And there it is. I think they said the same thing in the episode 1 database. His office is constantly filled with the music of Wagner. And there it is. My head exploded when I read this entry my first time. In episode 1, he says, all phenomena are moving forward as specified by this compass of order. That's what he says in episode 1. So from then we always assume that the compass of order is called the compass of order. And then suddenly we get this entry in episode 3 where they call it the compass of order and chaos. And suddenly things get so much more interesting just by adding that chaos part. It's the compass of order and chaos. And of course, in trying to bend the movement of the god-ordained compass, it is a bit, it is funny and confusing and a bit annoying how they use the word God in episode 3. Almost the only person who speaks about God at all is Yuriev. And in his case it is of course referring to Udo. And even Wilhelm too refers to Udo as God. If Udo is in fact a god of this dimension, it's a matter of definition of the word God. Like, I'm pretty sure that Margulis and the patriarchs and all of immigrant fleet, etc. I don't think they at all think of Udo as God or refer to Udo when they speak of their lord or their anything like that. They are more into the more Christian version or Gnostic version, I guess. I can't believe how blurry my stream is when reading the text on the screen. It's super blurry. But that's the trade-off we made for having a bigger screen. We have blurry text. And I like that they said, in conclusion, he makes himself a traitor unto God. I do like the fact that they call Wilhelm a traitor to God. It is quite a fun or interesting formulation. Way to formulate it. The eternal recurrence. And of course, Wilhelm is my favorite character. I have seen a lot of people who find him boring or not their favorite, and I can of course understand that as well, since he doesn't have much as a character. He doesn't have much character, and his character development is also close to zero, since he is such an old character. He has already known what he's doing for so long. He is far past any type of development. He has known his purpose for thousands of years and has been working for the same thing for thousands of years. So it is very reasonable to not have any real progress or development on his character. But I find him so much more interesting and cool and great than all other similar characters in other RPGs. And of course, just the fact that no matter what you think about Wilhelm or his methods or his all his plotting, etc., whatever you think about it, it is still true that he saved humanity over and over and over. There would be no humanity would have been lost long ago. He has already repeated the eternal recurrence, and we never get to know or never get any hint at how many times, but we are to believe that he has already done this many times. He has saved humanity over and over and over. More times than we can count. And even if we completely disregard the fact that he has saved humanity, he has given humanity millions and millions and millions of extra time. Even if we disregard the fact everything about the eternal recurrence, even taking that out of the equation, he was still the one who saved humanity when they experimented on the Zohar and lost Jerusalem. He was still there with the immigrant fleet and was the one leading the escape from Earth, and he was still the one who shrunk the phenomenon. If he wouldn't have shrunk the lost Jerusalem to Planck scale, then all of the universe would have disappeared already 4,000 years ago. So, no matter what you think about Wilhelm, it's still true that he is the biggest savior of humanity. No one has saved humanity more times than him, and no one has done more for humans than him. Even if it meant manipulating them. And of course, all of this is also one of the reasons why I'm very much not a fan of any fan theories connecting things with Xenoblade or anything like that. This universe, the universe of Xenosaga, have so many rules and systems and plotting and planning, and there is just so many things going on in Xenosaga, and all of them would just feel so silly if you compare them to Xenoblade. In Xenoblade there was a guy that wished for a new universe, and then there was a new universe. It was such an easy way out in Xenoblade. They didn't need to do any of these silly things to save their universe. All they had to do was wish for a new universe. At least that was the retcon in Xenoblade 2. They just wished for a new universe where one single guy reinvented everything from scratch in the way he wanted to. I only played Xenoblade 2 once, so I might be forgetting some details, but that is how I remember the plot of Xenoblade. There was just some guy that wished for a new universe. Yeah, and his final entry is, of course, while his methods differed from Shion's, Wilhelm undoubtedly sought to save the world just the same, or perhaps what he truly wanted was a revolution in mankind's consciousness brought about by the cyclical recurrence of time. And that is exactly what happened, and what I mentioned before, the thing that it's expanded upon in the Perfect Guide as well. The fact that this is what Wilhelm truly wanted. He wanted for humans to find a way to break the cycle. But until they did, he was going to repeat it eternally. Over and over and over. and they never explain it either. They mention it. The only one who has been able to define me so far is you, Yeshua. They never fully explain what Wilhelm actually is. We know he's not a human. We know he doesn't bleed. We know half of his body is Joshua. The mech, his mech, they are one and the same. And we know from Voyager that the source of his power is the Compass of Order. Or at least the thing that the compass connects to. Maybe not the actual compass itself, but the place that the compass connects to, that is the source of Wilhelm's power. It's a thing that can't be touched by humans. If they, like we saw with Voyager, even with his testament powers, even trying to come into contact with the power of Wilhelm and the power of the compass, even trying to do that makes you disintegrate instantly. There is no way for humans to even begin to fathom the power of the power that he wields. He is best described as a force of nature, or just one part of the universe. There can't be. And even though he disappeared in the very end of the game, we still think he is still there somehow, just like Chaos. Chaos also disappears in the end, but they will still be there somehow, as long as people will it. They are not truly gone. And it is also true, like I said before, with the Demerang. Wilhelm strategically placed the Demerang in a good spot, so that yeah, he placed it. It was his final act, placing the Demerang in a good spot. If he was 100% sure his plan would succeed, if he knew for sure that the recurrence would have happened, then he wouldn't have bothered to place the Demerang in the strategic position. Then he would just let it disappear with everything else. But no, he placed it in a strategic location, and he is also, yeah, the perfect guy. Expands upon it, but he is still there. He's still lingering somehow in the universe. He's not completely gone. His official title is the Guardian of the Lower Domain. His one and only purpose is to make sure that the Lower Domain does not disappear, and for humans to continue to exist. That is always his goal. And it is, I think, somewhere in here, let's see. It's not certain if this is the 10th or 100th or even more cycle. But in the Perfect Guide, they also mentioned that the vital detail that Wilhelm is not all-knowing. He does not know everything from the previous cycle. Just like everything is completely reset to the beginning of Big Bang. That is the point in time. It all starts over from the very start when they activate the eternal recurrence. Everything is restarted all the way from Big Bang. So the entire universe is reset. And every time he has to figure himself out again, just like everyone else. He doesn't retain any of the memories. The only thing that doesn't change is Udo, who watches from a higher plane. So the influence, depending on who and what Udo decides to influence, that is the thing that changes between the cycles. What kind of influence Udo has. And of course they're also implying that the subconscious, which is could be said it's not really a part of Udo, but he has some influence over it. So over time and over the cycles, even though everything was reset, the collective unconscious was still ever so slightly changing over time. And we finally reached the point where the collective unconscious were willing to move on and don't accept the recurrence. Phew. And the perfect guide also speaks some more interesting details. The fact that the Zohar was hidden from Wilhelm. We see it at the very beginning of episode 1 that the Vector Company is digging up the Zohar. It was Yeshua and Mary who hid the Zohar so that Wilhelm wouldn't find it and activate the recurrence. And they also mentioned that he was the Roman emperor. He has, through all the ages, Wilhelm has always been the manipulator and the man behind the scenes. So that's just a funny little details from the perfect guide. And while a lot of things were rushed and a lot of things were rushed by the end of this game, especially the parts about Voyager and Pellegrini and Margulis, all of their depths were pretty rushed. I still think Voyager got that was a very, very great conclusion to all of Pied Piper. I have no complaints about the way this ended. The fact that Kanan finally remembered everything about Lactis from 100 years ago. Everything about that was a great wrap-up. That part was great. But I still wish we got even more, of course. I wish we could actually enter. That is something I would have loved, that we could actually enter the police building and see that one destroyed. We see the outside of the building, but we can't go inside where we worked as a police officer. That would have been great. And there she is, the character that we mentioned before. This this entry about Orgla is more information that we got of her before. A specialized cyborg used in human transfer experiments. Yeah, look at this. They clearly had some plans for her, but we never got to learn any of this in the story. And that's when she got the dissociative identity disorder, yielding split personalities, as we can see in the fight with her. Now she's a battle cyborg in the Patriarch's personal guard. I'm not sure. I guess the red one is the best one to read if you want to read any. No, the blue one? No, they are all the same. There should be Maybe I'm just. Maybe we don't get it in this database, but there is a good entry in the perfect guide where we can read what the testament title and the testament role actually involves. What the actual purpose of the testaments are. It's a bit it's a bit weird and hard to explain. But the basics for the testament, aside from just helping Wilhelm out in general, the basics of the testament is to reach a certain threshold for people to desire the recurrence. All the testaments are people who desire recurrence. And since they have such strong wills, all of them have that's the one thing they all have in common. They have very strong wills and are able to link with the vessels of anima. That's another interesting scene that we should rewatch, the one where Voyager tells the party that all of them have the potential to become testaments. Everyone in the party have the potential to be a testament. And we already know from Pied Piper that Siggy already got the offer. Voyager already said that he had the qualifications and offered him a spot beside him. And my favorite is always to think about Momo the Testament, Momo the Pink Testament, and also Extra Short Testament. I always find that idea funny. What if the party just accepted and all became testaments? That would be something. But yeah, the general idea is the testament is a critical mass of people, or I should say a critical mass of wills willing the eternal recurrence. Oh no, why is there a... Oh, pew, we got a nice picture of Catherine. One of the transgenic types. That's also something, even with returning to the past and Milcha one more time, we still never get the full picture of the relationship between Shion and Cecily and Kat. Of course, it's easy to imagine the relationship, but they are already doomed when we see them in this game. They are already fused to the solar system, and it is such a sad scene where young Shion says she's going to get to play to them again, and meanwhile the adult Shion listens and knows the truth that she will never see them again. They are already fused to the system. Strictly speaking, she is actually Febronia's clone. And this should be, yeah, the same. The highest authority in Ormus, but not the... Yeah, exactly, but not the highest authority in the not religious society. Sergius the 17th. We learned more of the people of Zohar in Pied Piper as well. But yes, the bloodline gets thinner and thinner of the people of the Zohar. And of course, Kevin is also one of the people of the Zohar, just like Marglis and just like Pellegrini. And this is another example. He thought he could control the more or less the entire universe and the entire Federation just by having Omega and the Zohar. But just like with Yuria, we see what happens. They never learn. It's so funny and interesting, even though he seemingly knew of the existence of the testaments, and his reaction also speaks the fact that he knows the kind of power they wield, and yet he decided to go through with all this trouble to get the Zohar and the Omega and all of that. And yet he knew about the testaments and that they could just take it all away at any time. And we will get to that scene later, but the same is true with Yuriev. Yuriev knows Wilhelm, but he drastically underestimated Wilhelm. He makes a few references to Wilhelm, but he seems to not be worried at all about Wilhelm. From the things we can read into it, at least. But once again, just like with the Patriarch, all that's needed to lose everything is for one single testament to get involved, and then there is nothing you can do. Oh, interesting. They say that they moved the Mizrahi Cerebral Sciences Research Center from Mikdam to Old Milcha. Yeah, that wasn't. We knew that. That wasn't the interesting part. I was thinking about something else. I was thinking about something else. Never mind. That wasn't anything new or interesting. We already knew that. And of course it was the fact that Wilhelm was the ministry cabinet chair at the moment that resulted in the Federation turning a blind eye to UTIC getting organized on Milcha. He activated Proto-Omega on Old Milcha, but it was destroyed by a testament. Too bad. And yeah, we never get to understand the Kirschwarsches either. There is one very odd scene in episode 1 where the final Kirschwarscher that is alive just gets sucked into the mech, into Albedo's ES. And of course, this is also a big this is also something they cut or didn't manage to fit into the games, but I believe it's very clear, since both the anime version of the game and the DS version of the game has a very big focus on this one single Kirschwarscher, the final one who is alive, and she is called just Kirsch. They call her Kirsch as a name. that one has a very big role, or a lot more focus in both the anime and the DS version of the game. So that is something they clearly cut from the main games, that she was supposed to be an actual character. As it is in the main games, we only see her a few times in episode 1. And as I said, she just disappears into Albedo's ES by the end. She never says a single word. Oh, no, she doesn't say a single word. We have another Kirschwarscher who talks to Momo, but it's not the one. So yeah, this one, the special one, never says anything. Well, she does. She transform. She is the one that plays the role of Momo. So she does have one line. She says, "I want the me that's inside of you," and then she transforms into her normal form. And the party figure out it's not really Momo. So yes, she got one line in the entire game. That's the only role she plays in the main games. And that might be as well, she has such a tragic story in the anime and in the DS game, probably more or less the same story. But I find her very tragic in the anime. Oh, I'm surprised that we even get an entry for Class Torres. Ah, it's Class! It has to be Xenoblade, they are connected. It has to be the same character. We can't have two characters with the same name in different similar games. It has to be the same Klaus. He committed suicide. We saw that in White Piper. And of course we learned all about Grimoire Verum in pretty long entry. We learned all about him in Missing Year. The former chief of Vector's SOAR research department. He was the one responsible for causing the SOAR to go berserk thousands of years ago, destroying Lost Jerusalem. 6 months ago, he brought about the Gnosis terrorism. I like how they say it's completely normal that he went into hiding and then returned 6 months ago, as if it hasn't been over 4,000 years ago since Lost Jerusalem. Kiasu. That should be a long entry. There it is. This is more or less one giant synopsis of the ending. He is the human incarnation of Anima. It's another pretty weird and difficult thing to understand what chaos truly is. But yes, he is the human reincarnation of Anima, a power derived from the collective unconscious and present since the beginning of the universe in this dimension. And his powers act as a failsafe for all of dimensional space. So, how do we explain? Wilhelm does call him the failsafe in the very end, and it is such a odd thing to call someone. You are the failsafe. implanted in this universe. And yes, that is what he literally is. If the goal of chaos is and the role for him, the reason for him existing is if too many people reject the universe and want the universe destroyed, then chaos is supposed to just destroy the universe, the physical universe. I'm not sure. It will probably include the unconscious too. It will destroy everything in the universe, the entire universe, including both the upper and the lower domains, the physical and the subconscious. Both, all of it should be destroyed if chaos activate his failsafe power, the power of anima. And the reason for that is if the entire universe would be if the people of the universe, if all of them would start rejecting the universe, then that negative effect could affect or it will affect the subconscious, and then that in turn will also start affecting the higher dimensions. That is the realm of Udu. So that's the entire point of chaos, making sure that Udu and the higher dimensions don't get affected by the rejection of the lower dimensions. It is such a weird and RPG-like system, but it is how it is in this. And the perfect guide. I don't really like to mention it because it only fuels the Xenoblade connections, but the perfect guides does indeed open up for parallel universes or different universes. They do in fact open up for there to be multiple universes. That this one universe could just be one of many universes, and they don't want the collapsing of this universe to affect the higher dimension, who could then in turn affect the other lower dimensions. There could be a chain reaction affecting multiple universes in worst case scenario. So that is the meaning behind chaos as the failsafe. He is just here to release the powers in case things get out of control. But of course, Mary split that power. Somehow she managed to split that power into the anima vessels. And then in turn, Wilhelm and other people find other ways to use the vessels of anima as weapons. That is also implied in the DS game, that the vessels of anima have been used as weapons in the past. There is big implications of that they have already been used as weapons before, long before Utic turned them into the ESS. Long before that, hundreds of years before. Oh, and yeah, that's true. Morglis even mentioned that those 100-year-old relics. So yes, they have been used as weapons in the past. But that's just a cool detail that we will get in the DS game sometime, I hope. And of course they call Mary Magdalene, they call her the Animus in this game. It's just like in... Yeah. It is Xenogears all over again. I have to think about it more and maybe read the guides again. But I'm a bit confused why it is that the power in the very end we know that Chaos has the power of Anima, but it is a bit odd in the very end that the power of Anima goes over to Abel and Udo, and the power of Animus goes into Nephilim for some reason. I'm not sure why the power of Animus goes into Nephilim instead of staying with Cosmos. I'm not exactly sure how I should explain that part. The part where, yeah. But I'm also not here to explain the very end. Nothing in the end needs explaining. Just watch the end and get depressed. That's the ending. I don't even want to mention it. Anything that happens. There are a few details I will mention. They are too good not to mention, but we will get back to that. Chaos regained his former powers through Cosmos' awakening and left the possibility of a future in the hands of Abel Udo that chose to remain in the lower dimension. I see. So Abel decides to remain as a human in the lower domain and with the power of Anima. Or was it Animus? It was Anima. So Abel will continue to exist in his physical human form, even past the ending. I just got a telephone call and it is telling me it is getting time for dinner break. I knew this will have to be a part 2. There was no way around that. There is so much we have yet to explain or look at or do. So yes, I'm going to do a dinner break and be back probably within an hour. It shouldn't be too long, but assume an hour or so. How did we get back to Grimoire? Anyway, I think that explains some about Chaos at least. And like we said before, Chaos used to be the miracle worker back in the day when he was hanging around Jesus and Mary. Then he was the miracle worker. Since he had the power of Anima, he could do, apparently the power lets him do quite a few things, not only destroy the universe. The powers can be used in a few different ways. We can also see him. It's a bit of a shame that we never get to see him do it again, but we do know that he can he can lead the Gnosis to salvation just by touching them, like he did in episode 1. Just by touching the Gnosis, he can make them disappear. Leading the consciousness of mankind to lost Jerusalem. And there it is. He still exists as the universe's failsafe, because of the fate ordained by God, or perhaps because people struggling against their own fates desire his existence. His future form still lies within the chaotic darkness. But Chaos continues to believe the future will be born illuminated by the radiance of consciousness. He is not gone, he will still be there. But yes, this is where I will do my dinner break, so we will continue to look more in the database after, when I'm back. We are only on the sea, and we are only on the characters. There is a lot more we want to speak about in the database. And then we're going to look at some of our favorite cutscenes again, and just remember a few details from the first and second game, and some of the things that they planted all along from the start. Yes, things like that. See you again then.